Yo, welcome back everyone to Little Squid League number 12, where this is Raicha here with Era. How is it going?
Hi, I don't know. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty fine myself, and as you see on the screen, our first two teams, we'll have Murder Inc. going up against Team White. And do you know anything about these teams here, Era?
I'll be honest, I have not heard of either of them until just now, so I'll be excited to see what they bring out for this first round of Playoff 3 Swiss. But yeah, so first game is on Tower Control at Anchovy Games. Any thoughts on this map you'd like to share?
Ooh, Anchovy Tower. I personally don't have a very good relationship with this map. I honestly hate it, and it's honestly judge me. But here we go, Murder Inc. versus Team White. Let's get on our way on Tower Control Anchovy Games.
So we have Murder Inc. in the teal aqua color and Team White in orange.
Ooh, very interesting, and pulling out that dynamo as well for this map, which isn't really a bad idea because Booyah Bomb, always a good special to have.
Yeah, something I find really interesting is this Sloshing Machine Neo, one of the least played sloshing machines in the game, coming out on the side of Team White. And
Sharking around, pushing that tower a little bit, does end up going down, getting double teamed. This could be a possible push with full mid control to Murder Inc.
Yeah, definitely. Murder Inc. seems to be doing a good job taking on 2v1s and, asserting their dominance over the other team. And
yeah, definitely, as that's going to be another member down on the side of Team White. And Doctor going down as well with pretty much a delayed wipe, I believe that was. Pushing the second checkpoint now, and Era, they're making it past the second checkpoint, going into that third checkpoint.
It could snowball pretty quickly from here if Team White ironically doesn't, get a team wipe on Murder Inc.
Definitely, there is that Booyah Bomb. It does stop the tower for a little bit, but not long enough as they get team wiped.
Team Wipe gets team wiped. That's a little bit of an unfortunate start for them, but great job to Murder Inc. Playing us together as a team and staggering the enemy team's players.
Definitely. And after a very dominant performance by Murder Inc. on tower control, we're going to end up seeing Macomart on Clam Blitz. So the change of pace will be sped up a little bit, and you have a lot more teamwork to do.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit of a close quarters map, Macomart, so I'll be interested to see if, any different weapon comps come out. And yeah, Clan Blitz itself is going to be different to see, and I'm excited to watch what these teams pull out.
Yep, definitely. And just after seeing what we saw that first game heading into Macomart Clan Blitz, what do you think either of these teams could probably bring?
I'm interested to see that Blaster and Sloshing Machine player, what they bring out. I may have forgotten their names, but those are some definitely less conventional picks, and I want to see whether they, stick with it or they want to change their weapons up a bit. But yeah, how about you?
Well, for me, I'm a Splatling player myself, and I honestly won't be surprised if we do see that ballpoint come back once again. on the side of Murder Inc., I believe it was. So I'll be very happy if we see that. But for like Slayer support, I would also like to see something like a K-Shot where even ends up come out, because having a map like Macklemore isn't really a good pick for Junior, but you still want that support options.
Oh, I mean, personally, I use Junior on Macklemore, but you know, everyone has their preferences. Anyways, here we go. See a Nautilus coming out?
Ooh,
So
interesting.
Dynamo player stays with that, but we see a Rapid Pro Deco, so double armor on the side of Team Wipe. And then Murder Inc. has, you know, a very mid-range meta comp, but see how it works out for them.
Yeah, Murder Inc. is running that Nautilus, or let's look at their specials really quick on the side of Murder Inc. That's a double inkjet.
Yeah, definitely very aggressive potential.
Yeah, definitely very aggressive. When the splash does end up going down, so does the zap. That's going to be 2 down on the side of Murder Inc. And Team White has their opportunity popping that ink armor as well. That Nautilus going down as well. Using that splash wall, able to get that first power clam in. Getting a few clams to follow up, but it will end up going into 3 down, possibly a wipe, unless Sapphire ends up getting a pick, but that's going to actually be a delayed wipe here.
Yeah, but at least I think that delay by the Dynamo gave their teammates some time to come in, so hopefully they can hold up their defenses against this very ambitious Murder Inc. push.
Yeah, what a first stop, but that's actually going to be 3 down as well, as Doctor with that pro. Try and get one more pick. We do see Storm coming out from their snipe, and from the side, getting some more clams in as well. This score is going down pretty quickly for Murder Inc.
And it's still going. Team Wife was 3 down for a very long time there, and Murder Inc. just was staying alive and getting those clams in the basket. And there's still another member of Murder Inc. underneath the basket, just being a nuisance. It's still going down. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and 5 points remaining and 2 clams. That's game.
Wow. Just another dominant performance coming out from Murder Inc.
Definitely. A very good performance by Murder Inc. in that clamless game.
I definitely think Team Wipe had some early advantages with that first score and all that, but I think soon the aggression of Murder Inc. just with that double inkjet, as you mentioned, was enough to overwhelm them and, you know, bring the counter all the way down to 0 off their first push.
Definitely. And moving into game number 3 here, we'll be moving to Splat Zones on Snapper Canal. This is going to be a very interesting matchup here, as I honestly don't think it's going to happen, but I want to see a 10th umbrella.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar enough with the teams to know if any of them are 10th players, but that would definitely be a valuable pick on this map. And yes, this is a play all 3 round, so even though Murder Inc. technically has already won the set, you know, Team Wipe can definitely still pick this back up and at least take a game off, or try to take a game off to advance their score in these opening rounds.
Yeah, for sure. And in a map like Snapper Canal, you'll have to keep in mind that main point to keep turf control of. Holding the hill on both sides can really help trying to find those flanks, and it also holds in everyone in a certain area where no one can really get around it without covering ink. And is very obvious if you have both those areas covered.
Definitely. It's such a wide and versatile map, I guess, that there's just so many ways to approach, and I think it's going to take some really nice coordination for lockouts to happen.
Definitely. And here we go on our way. You see Sapphire pull out that Dynamo once again. And what do you think about this double armor comp on the side of Team White?
I think that it's an ambitious choice, and they've been pulling it out a couple times in the past. But I think they really need to capitalize on those armors to, advance the objective and take a win off Murder Inc. And as we see that, the armor helps that 96 gal get a pick, which is exactly what we want to see from Team White.
Definitely, and it will get that pick there. They did spot a flank as well, it looks like. Pushing that Octo shot back. But back here at the zone, it's a 2v3. Dynamo finally coming in, but not before that 96 gal does end up going down.
Yeah, another fun pick on the side of Murder Inc. is the Kenza Splat Duelies that were very strong, I think, in the past, but are definitely way less used nowadays. But yeah, hopefully that'll be useful to them. And see the CDS getting pushed back, but they are able to cap the zone and hopefully go for a lead soon.
Yeah, and getting 2 down on the side of Team White as well. This is where Murder Inc. pulls strong. They are trying to start out this lockout phase, but that Booyah Bomb coming out and taking the zone right back for Team White.
A nice splat bomb from Ice on the side of Murder Inc., taking out 2 of the members of Team White. And that's a really critical thing for that thing to happen. Yeah.
Definitely, and pushing this lead 1 point away, Murder Inc. does end up going down, and the zone will go in favor of Team White.
Yeah, in the first half of the game, having the lead isn't necessarily the most important thing, although it's helpful. But, being 1 point away, and now Team White's timer ticking down past the penalty, and they have the armor to lock them out.
Definitely.
Murder Inc. has to figure something out. Yeah,
and leaving the Kenza Duelies alone, able to get 1 pick, does end up using their baller, but alone in a 3v1 isn't really the safest bet for any weapon.
Definitely. Especially against a team that has callouts as opposed to something like solo queue. It's a dangerous place, and those kinds of duelies do get taken down.
Definitely. And Team White does have the zone, trying to get through this penalty points as 2 specials used by Murder Inc. trying to get 2 picks after they already got 1. Bubbles coming out from this Forge Pro. Trying to take out the CDS, but in the 2v1 it looks like. And that's actually going to be 3 down on the side of Murder Inc. and zone going right back to Team White.
Yeah, so in contrast to the previous 2 games, Murder Inc. is, struggling to find their footing a little bit. Just the power of the Dynamo to both paint zone and just exert so much pressure on the other team is incredible.
Definitely. And having that Booyah Bomb to its disposal as well could really make a huge difference as we've seen a bit so far. But as we say that, Dynamo does end up going down on the side of Team White. Zone will be neutralized for a moment and going right back to Murder Inc. to try to break out these penalty points, but that's going to be 3 down. And
that 96 gal. Yeah. Pulling off a super long flank, but getting 3 of the other team's members in the process, that was a pretty smart play on their part.
Definitely. And we do see a trade there. Nice. Going for this flank, it looks like almost has that inkjet ready. Will use the inkjet. Two specials used on the side of Murder Inc. as they will try to take this zone right here, and they do so successfully.
Now, 2 down on the side of Team White is, they definitely have to pay more attention to zone at this point, but I think they've got it covered.
Yeah,
Honestly.
and
Oh, there we go.
that whole zone being pretty much covered in the green.
Yeah.
So Team White will take game number 3, but in this play, all 3, Murder Inc. will take the victory for the set.
Yeah, high KAs on both sides. So, yeah, great job to the teams. And this was a fun first round to watch.
Yes, definitely. And with the groups round 2 coming in shortly, let's take a quick prediction on what we can have team-wide. We could see some momentum shift going into into their round 2 match, as Murder Inc. held off very strong.
Oh, definitely.
So in the meantime, it looks like we will take a quick break here. We'll have the next. So this is right here, and this is Era. We'll be back in a bit.
Hello and welcome back to Little Squid League 12. I am Brush. On the mic with me is Hyla. How are you doing this morning?
Doing pretty good. Just obviously was watching round one. Thought those games were pretty good. Hoping to see some exciting stuff here too.
Right. I mean, coming from last month, I think one of the things we saw crazy dominating was map control on these pushes, is making sure that you have turf down, you can have some movement. So we'll see what the level of gameplay here is. I did a quick dive into Starfall and version 2.0's history on Battlefy, and it seems like neither of them really have too much tournament experience beyond some lower results in a low ink or an LSL 11. But yeah, do you have any thoughts about Rainmaker Inkblot as we start to move into round one?
I'm just thinking. I think I actually told you a bit earlier. This is one of the stages where there's the Rainmaker glitch path where you can kind of ignore barriers. So we'll see if either team pulls that out.
Right.
I feel like we won't, but
such a risky skip. It would be kind of crazy if we do. Let's talk about comps here, though. We see an Armor 96 Gal for version 2.0, along with that Bomb Rush Stingray and missiles. A Bomb Rush also for Starfall, though, just the Soda Sloshers. Burst Bomb Rush. For Rainmaker, that's a little bit of a weird choice. I would have expected just a normal V Slosher with the missiles.
Well, we'll see what they do. Maybe it's meant to be used more defensively, just kind of throw down some bombs to stop the Rainmaker's movement if, some of your teammates got picked off. All right, and it looks like Greens, they got the pop earlier, and then they also just got 2 picks, so they're going to be advancing pretty quickly.
Right, immediately we saw the Tetras doing Tetra things, pushing all the way up, making a little bit of a path for the Rainmaker there to push all the way to 34. But Starfall ends up 2 down while the version 2.0 is able to play some defense. So one of the gripes, I think, with Rainmaker at a lower level is a lot of quick pushes to get high points and then trying to lock out and seeing how that goes. But we see version 2.0 popping an early Stingray here as the Rainmaker and the Bomb Rusher are holding left side. The Rainmaker just kind of lobbing shots here.
Yeah, they're not really scoring out for those specials, though, so maybe they should have held on to them a little bit longer. I don't know.
Right,
but yeah, the Rainmaker's isolated, going down for sure.
Yeah, and we see the Rainmaker after the specials die out, the Stingray gone, and a little pinch into the Rainmaker there. Starfall the Rainmaker get some map control back down and push into another push.
Yeah, the Rainmaker's not even back at neutral after that push, it looks like. Or just barely. So, they're gonna let it reset. Okay, no, they grab at the last second. But the Rainmaker is by themselves. There's no way that's going to work out, right? You can't just go 1v4 with a Rainmaker.
This might be one of the moments. Whoa, but a double pick off the Rainmaker pop. Just even the 96 Gal alone at mid to get pinched up. Missiles coming out in favor of version 2.0. They look to finally get their first push.
Alright, so let's see. They should be able to score here with that many KOs, but again, Rainmaker got isolated and it's backing up.
Right,
3 down. They need to move.
A very defensive Rainmaker from version 2.0. I think they're looking to get a full wipe before they push up on the plat. But here they go, getting 4 down initially, and now getting another 2 down. They're pushing down. Oh, but now them going 2 down and getting flanked.
Yeah, I feel like they had an opportunity to score a lot more points there, but I guess it's something you'll see a lot where people just don't either have enough swim speed or they don't recognize in the callouts fast enough, hey, we can go score like right now. Because like you said, Rainmaker's very... not necessarily swingy, but you can score a lot of points very quickly if your team's coordinated. Whereas in solo queue and some lower level games, you'll get a team wipe and they'll spend the entire respawn period just popping the Rainmaker and not scoring anything at all. Okay.
Right, but we see the Splash-O-Matic here getting a nice pick.
Taking advantage of the wall there, being able to shoot down with the sloshes.
Right. Version 2.0 looking to getting points on the board here, finally moving up into plat for the second time. The Rainmaker ultimately goes down to a bomb, and they end up 3 down. Just the charger alive there.
Out.
And there's finally the jump.
Are they going? No, they go.
The Stingray comes out for defense. I think one of the things we've seen version 2.0 do is get these pushes, get these picks down, and then being stuck on the slick ramp area. And that's something you see Starfall here kind of stuck in the wall, but they've been able to get the points on. They got the early push with the Tetras moving up. And now the game is really just a question of who can play defense the best, who can hold on to this lead. I think if version 2.0 can get that wipe and can get the Rainmaker and finally move with it, they'll be able to do something. But
they're running out of time. They'll have to move quickly. All right, they got to pick 2 picks. You see, at this point, the Rainmaker should be popped, but they're spending. It's taking so long to reset. They're going to respawn by the time they pick up the Rainmaker. I'm not sure they should have let it reset there.
You know, we are seeing a lot of picks though. Like, this is not a game of survivability. It does feel like a lot of 3 down
KOs
and
with
just the
that
Rainmaker
slosher.
alive.
Now, would you say this is a particularly good stage for sloshers in general? I've noticed they've been getting a lot of KOs here, but it's not like, let's say, Port or something where there are a lot of walls where you're just like the mid's wide open, right?
Right, but I feel like playing on those stacks, we saw them early game kind of holding that right stack, and they ultimately got 2 picks there. So just not letting anyone touch them, being able to control all of mid from above is really vital. We see Starfall going 2 down here as version 2.0 looking like to be not in the best position for Rainmaker. They're finally able to grab. They're looking to get this pick on the Slosher. The Slosher goes down. It's a 3v3. Splashomatic, unfortunately, overextending.
Yeah, they are running out of time, though. They'll need to figure something out. The Rainmaker's getting collapsed on... Oh, but the Tetris run away.
Right, and here we go. See a 3v2, the zap on that respawn. Armor ready for Starfall with their double armor comp as we move into overtime. Version 2.0 has to push all the way up past Plat towards the ramp by Rainmaker pedestal. And with this fight at mid, a 2v2. Stingray ready? Here comes out the Stingray.
There aren't any teammates to really help with that Stingray, though. So
no,
the Rainmaker's going to get isolated and taken out. Yeah.
Right, I think the hope there at the end was version 2.0 was hoping to get a couple picks with that Stingray and end up with a wipe as their teammates respawned, but ultimately, you know, the Slosher able to collapse on the Rainmaker, getting that trade and ending the game. 1-0 for Starfall.
Yeah, that was pretty close, I think. I feel like either team had a chance there, but Starfall kind of got an early push and then never fell behind, right?
Right, I mean, we saw the Tetris early game go up there and get basically 2 down and then distracting another 2, effectively a wipe. And that's really important, I would say, in low-level gameplay. What we saw a lot in the last set was a nice lead and then an attempt at a lockout, and that's basically what we saw there. Really good defense from Starfall, not letting version 2.0 get up onto that plat and push the Rainmaker. We see Cephidence up 1-0 over Team Fighters. Roll for Initiative up 1-0 over their opponents. And TNGP up 1-0 over Power Inc. as we move into round 2 on Humpback Clams.
So Clams is going to be pretty interesting, I think. We saw in the round 1 set that got broadcasted a quick 100-point push that just ended the game on the first time that they managed to open the basket, whereas the other team, they did get 1 push earlier, but it was only down to like 71 points. And I think that's something that happens a lot, is you'll find them open a basket and then just not be able to do anything with it.
Follow-up in Clams is incredibly difficult, and we saw that game earlier this morning on Mako Mart. And Humpback honestly isn't too different, you know. Although such a wide mid, it's the area by the basket is pretty contained, and if you can get a flank going around right side or left and just kind of making noise, you know, the barrier is left wide open and you can get good scores on this one. As we wait for the teams to ready up here, we saw that Charger on the side of version 2.0 last game, and while they weren't really able to make much noise in the Rainmaker match, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like a Firefin come out here and just kind of spam those bombs by basket and hold on to hotspots.
Okay, so you're thinking the burst rushes might make a return in this match as well?
It's possible. I mean, who's to say? I personally wouldn't be surprised if we see a Slosher with the missiles, but here we go. We see a remix and just the V-Charger, just the Stingray.
Is that a tent? It is a tent.
But it's a tent with stamp. So Tetris here, not the most flat maps, a little bit hard to play with these walls and the tight areas like Trench, but so the K-Shot going for a quick flank and trying to get missiles built up as everyone else pushes towards mid to hold on to it. The missiles come out in favor of version 2.0 as they look to get control of mid. But, you know, just kind of stuck in their own match-taking fights. The Tetra's going down. That's going to be vital for version 2.0 to try to get some momentum here.
I don't think they'll be able to cancel it. Yep, but...
No, but they get to save themselves, and the 52 ultimately is able to jump out and survive. A double Booyah comp for Starfall. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
I think Booyah Bomb's pretty good at helping you get into open the basket if you have a teammate to support it with. And in general, it's okay on defense if you're able to stall at the end of the basket. But I think they're probably thinking, how are we going to score? And that's the solution they came up with.
Right, I mean, what we saw last time was
Stamp coming
Starfall
out.
get a nice quick push and get some points on the board, which is a lot harder to do in something like Clams, where you have to be a lot more coordinated. We saw bombs coming out for version 2.0 trying to hold down the basket area. Starfall going 3 down. This is version 2.0, so tries to push in with this wipe. They get a ball and they're trying to follow it up with some Clams here. Stingray coming out.
So again there, like we saw in the last game, there was a full team wipe, but then they opened the basket and then they didn't really do much. I feel like there could have been a lot more okay, there they go. They were building up. What you saw there was they both built up power clams, and I'm wondering if that was an intentional strategy on their part or not.
Wait, but unfortunately going 2 down in the end.
That is true.
But really a great push. I know we saw one of our teammates back up to grab that pity. The other one building a clam and throwing it towards basket, and the charge ended up going down by the goal. You know, they were able to get the balls closer in and allow their teammates to come up and finish it off, throw the clams in, and 34 is a good push.
That's true, though. Do you think there's a reason why they chose to form that extra clam instead of trying to shoot the 9 clams individually into the basket?
I mean, it's a lot faster of a push. It is this trade-off of I can get 1 clam in and get 20 points on the board, or I can like be a little more risky and a little more stealthy and try to get 9 in, but
that stamp canceled the splash down, yeah.
And Starfall going 2 down. A 3v1 here, just the Zap alive. The Tetra's on a respawn as version 2.0 looks to get their second push. They get the power climb in. The Zap kind of backing up, trying to hold down bunker area and keep map control. And version 2.0 ultimately has to go 1 down and has to retreat here.
Yeah, they got the basket open, but I don't think there's going to be much opportunity to score here. The barrier goes back up. All right, Ink Armor coming out. What do you think? Are they going to try to push again immediately? Booyah Bomb and Stingray.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see just a defensive armor here to try to hold on to it. You know, there's only 2 minutes left in the game, and with a 34 lead, that's really strong. As long as they can just hold on to mid, the Nozzle Nose ultimately going down to the remix here with their ball.
Yep, so they formed another clam, and the green team here has no clams to work with, so with the map control, they might have a hard time figuring out how to make a push happen.
Right, we see the tent just trying to shark at mid, try to keep some map control. The Zap going for this flank. Stamp comes out, gets a pick on the Zap. Starfall is 2 down. We might be seeing another push here for version 2.0.
Yeah, it looks like version 2.0 has a clean shot to the basket. They go for it. And the Tetras are surrounded, but all right, there they go down.
Right, a little bit not in their color ink. This is the second. I mean, we saw this really good push from version 2.0 early game, getting down to 30, but this is their second push where they haven't really been able to get too many clams in. 1 going down right into the basket, 2 going down in favor, and now they get more clams in. Now it's a 3v1. It's a like 4 clam game.
Yeah, I think
3 clam game here, and there you go.
Yep. And that was a good push. Yeah, I think that was version 2.0, right? Purple.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they just were able to take advantage of the times they opened the basket pretty well.
I mean, really just not the same game we saw before, not the same Rainmaker match, especially on defense for Starfall, but I mean, the aggression we didn't see in Rainmaker it was there for version 2.0, canceling those Tetras, making sure they couldn't make noise, and just moving up and getting clams in. And this is a 1-1 set. We're moving into tower control on the Reef.
All right, so personally, tower control is my favorite mode. How do you feel about it here? I know some people don't like this map particularly.
Right, I struggle with tower control Reef. I'm a junior main, so trying to use those bombs on top mid, trying to control the trees area is really difficult. Something to keep in mind here is controlling the alley, pushing up downstairs, making sure you have car in your favor on a push, especially past first or second checkpoint, is so important.
Yeah, controlling those key defensive points can turn the game on its head for either team. Like if the team that's pushing can secure the areas around the checkpoints, it's going to become a lot harder for the defending team to get anything done because they have to win a fight and then also make it to the tower afterwards before the checkpoint clears. And once it goes once, it doesn't respawn. It's not like Rainmaker where you have to make your push all the way back every time if they make a counter push. Like once the checkpoint's gone, they're gonna walk right through it the next time around.
Right, we've seen the V Charger 3 times, so certainly expecting that Stingray again. We see a Stingray on both teams for Starfall having it on that Splatling. The Tetras stay for Starfall, and on something like tower control, controlling that downstairs area, controlling that car, that makes sense to me. The 96 gal looking to charge a quick armor here, get some map control down, and possibly pop this armor. There it goes.
Yep, they're going for it, but the charger went down basically right away, right before the armor came out, and you'll see that Starfall is able to take the tower, but they're not getting many points out of it. Jungle needs to get out. It's a 3v1. I don't think there's any way that they can take that fight, and yep, they go down.
Right, here we see Starfall doing a great job controlling top mid, pushing across it ahead of tower, but ultimately the zap goes down, and now they're looking to try to regroup here, but 3 down in favor of Starfall.
Yeah. Okay,
so now they can finally take tower and try to push up.
They're about to get hit by the Tetras. I feel like that's a pretty advantageous matchup for the Tetras there.
Right,
after they close some distance.
We see 2 people on Starfall holding tower, trying to get through this first checkpoint a little faster, and finally the K-Shot is able to move up. Stingray taking down 1 on tower, another one going down somewhere else. And that's 3 down.
But it looks like they're still taking the tower, yep. So we'll see how it goes.
Jumps in, trying to get
and a bomb. That might catch the jump. Nope, just barely mistimed it, it looks like.
All right, here we go. We see second checkpoint, trying to get points on it. 50 points down. Version 2.0 doing a good job controlling their car here, having a good defensive position. Though we see missiles doing missile things and just forcing them out. Though the K-Shot getting a nice flank into Alley and controlling the area.
Ooh, a potentially dangerous super jump, but it seems to have worked out. And 2 down. Oh, here comes an Inkjet. Will they be able to hit? All right. The Tetras tried their best, but I feel like they don't have the longest range, so it can be sometimes hard to hit the guy when he's already in the air with the Inkjet. And
here we go. We see Starfall keeping this pressure. This is what we saw in the Rainmaker match. First round was just nice constant pressure. Armor coming out for Starfall as we see one of their players trying to hold down Alley, fighting that 96 gal, though ultimately having.
And you'll see this Tetras just take 3 members of the enemy team were all looking at it, meaning it's a free checkpoint cleared. But by the time the dualies went down, the checkpoint was already over, more or less.
That so that's a 1v1 really on tower against the K-Shot. Stingray comes out to in favor of version 2.0, and that's enough to get him off the tower, though. Still, it's a 17 to 100 game. No more checkpoints for Starfall. All they need is 2 more wipes on a push, and that should be a KO with 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do it. I've noticed they've been using armors pretty effectively on their pushes. There have been a couple times, the Charger's able to land a clean hit, but when you have the Ink armor, you're able to just kind of hide behind the tower heal and get right back on.
Right, missiles coming out, trying to push him back.
But that's a wipe
for in favor of Starfall. Version 2.0, not going to be able to get any pushes in here with 2 minutes left on the clock. Specials ready for Starfall. We see Splashdown and Stingray ready, missiles coming out. And just look at this. They can't even drop down into their downstairs, into their car area. The K-Shot stuck all the way up by their spawn with Nautilus finally dropping down into car. 17 points left on the clock.
Now that they've got control of that car area, it looks like the push is more or less over.
Right, but excellent job for Starfall controlling those hotspots. And here you go. You see him top mid, making sure they're not able to push through tower. Nautilus for version 2.0 finally getting control of the area with the zap kind of being forced back here, but just painting the map, making sure they have control of the Charger a little bit out of position.
Charger's getting flanked, Oh, but he gets out. Yeah, I feel like they had the right idea, but just messed up the execution a little bit.
Right, I mean, good survivability from that Charger. Now they're on tower, hoping to get something 3 down in favor of version 2.0. Just the Tetra's alive with the zap on that respawn.
Could be the comeback if they're able to get a good, clean push. They won't have many other chances if they fail at this one, though, with only a minute left in the game. Here come the Tetras, and they're down. And Sebastian's down too. Yeah,
But ultimately, the Charger gets flanked.
Starfall might have been getting a little nervous seeing the clock ticking down, running headfirst into that Stingray to try to get them off the tower. But it looks like the other 2 members are able to take them out and take control back on the tower. Half a minute left. Could go either way.
I mean, look, version 2.0 still has 2 checkpoints to get through if they want to be able to take lead, and with that Stingray for Starfall, you know, just charging it once and just holding on tower with a teammate flanking in might be enough to end the push. With the Inkjet coming out for version 2.0, looking at these picks and alley, might not do much with the armor coming out in favor of Starfall. Now they just gotta hop on tower. 2 going down though from the Stingray. Here's the jump on the tower, and there's the game.
Yeah, they started taking some KOs at the end there, but I guess in overtime it's pretty hard to keep the tower because once it goes for even a moment, it's over.
Right, I mean, just such dominating aggression for Starfall. We saw that in the Rainmaker match. We saw that here in Tower. Not letting version 2.0 touch that first checkpoint, just holding them back. Or second checkpoint, sorry.
Yeah, the one push they did get, I mean, they scored 60 points, but they still had 2 checkpoints to get through.
But there you go, 2-1 in favor of Starfall. Groups round 2. As we move into round 3, we will be right back.
Welcome back to Little Squid League 12. I'm joined in the commentating booth by Brush. How are you doing today, Brush?
I'm doing all right, Yoshi. You know, we just saw some nice sets from two really competitive teams. You know, just some great aggression on both sides. And as we move into Splat Zone, Schellendorf, that's gonna be something we want to be watching on those glass. Curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see more, definitely, on the glass. That upper half will definitely be essential for pushes.
Right, I mean, it's zones, so certainly a lot of the game is going to be in this lockout stage here. But as we move into this game very quickly, some nice readying up. We see the comps here: Stingray and Booyah in favor of oh, sorry, not a Stingray. Bomb Rush and Booyah in favor of Deck Hecklers, with Booyah and Bomb Rush from the dualies there on Cephidence. Okay, so we sorry about that. So Cephidence actually in the blue here, Deck Hecklers on the orange. We see a first cap here in favor of Cephidence.
Picks on the Cephidence here, not being able to find anything, but they have 3 specials ready. Already taking out a 4-3 approach to this, and they're going to be able to cap zone pretty easily. Let's see what they do with this cap here. The rain coming out from the charger, though.
Sure, you know, I mean, just a good contesting at mid here. Although getting to 66, you know, just no one's game quite yet. You know, unfortunately, Cephidence going 2 down there with Deck Hecklers capping zone. But now we're back up to even strength. The Charger's kind of stuck in this awkward 1v1 in glass. No one able to really push up and get these flanks.
Yeah, definitely. Here we go. Cephidence also just trying to get some picks or ink coverage in this case. The Deck Hecklers, though, have been able to keep the zone for the majority of this game. Booyah coming out from the Cephidence here, but it doesn't really affect the zone.
Right, you know, I mean, really, just good job controlling pit. We see Deck Hecklers have all this turf Cephidence have all this turf down, and just good job holding zone. We see the Booyah coming out maybe a little bit early, not being able to have any follow-up, kind of stuck on left side there.
Yeah, Cephidence trying to make the counter push as long as they can. The Deck Hecklers got all the way down to 44. They do have a 37 punish though, so they want to see if they can get past that 44 to avoid the punishment. And they don't, unfortunately.
You know, I mean, with 3 minutes left on the clock, this is still anyone's game. You know, it's not like that's going to be the deciding factor. We see the junior for Cephidence dropping down into zone here, trying to play a little bit of aggression, but going down to the K-Pro, and that's a wipe in favor of Cephidence.
Here gonna be able to keep this zone for a while now. Looks like one might be going on the rail, and no, instead opts to go up to the left side. Deck Hecklers are already down 1, so the Cephidence have the advantage, and they have just taken the lead. The Deck Hecklers really need to do something about this, as they have map control and zone control very well.
I mean, right, that was the wipe. And that's the opportunity for Cephidence to push onto their glass and make some noise. But, you know, here we see them kind of force back. The Dapple's trying to make some noise up front. But the timer's going to tick all the way down to 13 before Deck Hecklers are able to recap. Still, though, 2 minutes on the clock. And this can really go either way.
That's true. Here we go. Deck Hecklers does want to make a counter push right about now, though. Make sure the Cephidence can't recap that zone.
I mean, one of the things we see with Tetras and Dapples in particular is just moving up, making noise, kind of like a Brella does. And that's exactly what we saw there for a minute. The Nouveau Dapples pushing all the way up on far left, making noise, forcing 2 of Cephidence out of the play. But, you know, ultimately not getting any picks and going down, and Cephidence are able to recap and start working on those penalty points.
That's just at the ready here, so they should be able to keep this zone for a bit. As I say that, the Deck Hecklers launch a rain, though. And it looks like they're running double rain.
Right, I mean, Cephidence just doing a great job staying alive here with forcing Deck Hecklers 2 down with their penalty points down in the single digits. The E-leaders just trying to do anything they can to get some map control down on glass. The Dapple's pushing into zone. 8 ticks left on the timer. Inkstorm coming out, Armor coming out for Deck Hecklers, trying to do everything they can to get this cap, but it's not going to be enough, and Cephidence are able to take the first game on a 100-0 knockout.
Coming back from the Deck Hecklers' early push and able to win the entire thing. Great showing there by the Cephidence. But remember, we still do have 2 games left, and even if you do lose the set, you still can make an impact by going 2-1.
Right, you know, Sephience were a team that formed after Alpha Squids disbanded, formed by Light Jr. So they have that strong painting power. They know what they're doing there, and they haven't been able to. Or not, sorry, that's not Sephience. That's a Sparkling Sea. My bad. But you know, just good job holding map control with Sephience. Good job keeping turf down and holding that mid as we move into Rainmaker on Black Belly.
And here, I do recognize a couple of names on the deck hecklers. Looks like that might be Fresh from Thick Thigh Lovers, if I'm not wrong.
Sounds about right, you know? Deck hecklers moving to Rainmaker Black Belly. Their comp had that long range from that E-Leader, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see that coming out to really do that, but also, you know, the Stingray spam on this map, such a long map, it's kind of demanding, and along with Clam Blitz on Albacore, has such a wide map that Stingray can do so much to hold down mid. Some you know, a really close early game, but halfway through, you know, it ended up not being the closest. So I wonder how we're going to see these teams work on that lockout and make sure that they are holding down their areas.
Definitely. The deck hecklers definitely want to win this one if they want a chance to win the set.
But it is play all three no matter what. So even if Sephience are able to take this next one and win the set, it is a group stage play all three. So that tiebreaker can make the difference between a silver bracket or a top cut.
That's definitely true. Do you, with the insight on these teams, do you expect any comps for coming out for either side of these teams for Rainmaker Black Belly?
I mean, the Dapple's just doing a great job distracting up front for deck hecklers. So wouldn't be surprised if we see something like that trying to pull attention into far left or far right, and Piper the right side push to let the Rainmaker move up. But you know, it's really could be anyone's game, especially with their early game in that last one before the lockout there in favor of Sephience. See a Nozzle Nose with Stingray spam from that C-Jet, and C-Jet's on both sides. So really just we're going to see a ton of these Stingrays coming out. A faster armor on Sephience with that Junior as opposed to the Zap on deck hecklers.
Yeah, the look to be the fan favorite, so they're looking to perform well here and trying to win the set. As you did say though, this is play all three, so the deck hecklers definitely want to just keep pushing and keep working for this win here.
Definitely saying the pick on the Dapples is going to be vital, but now it's a Stingray war going out. Deck hecklers end up 3 down as Sephience are able to grab their anchor, and looks like they're aiming to push this right, though I think they're going to wait to get a couple more picks before they really move up here.
Deck approach, but getting shut down from all angles. We see the Sephience taking really good control, but as I say that, the Stingray comes out from deck hecklers and able to pop that Rainmaker at around 49.
But deck hecklers end up 3 down there. Sephience looking to hold this push up. The Nozzle Nose just kind of holding by the goal, looking to get this flank in, or at least pull attention away. And that's exactly what they do. The Bia comes down. It looks like Sephience are aiming to grab this Rainmaker. They do, and they're going to get it all the way to 22.
Leroy push from the Sephience, but the deck hecklers have a good amount of map control back at their base, and it was a 3-1 situation at one point. So the deck hecklers looking to make a push here.
Right, Sephience ended up 3 down there, but the C-Jet does a great job surviving and holding on to that Stingray, trying to hope the Rainmaker moves into a bad position here, and that's exactly what is kind of happening, looking to push this into pipe, which is a great spot for that Stingray to play some defense, but Stingray ultimately dies out, and the Inkjet gets the pick on the Rainmaker.
And here we go. Sephience already getting 1 down on the side of deck hecklers, now 2 down, and maybe even 3 or 4 if they can get this jump out. They can't, and they go down, and deck hecklers has a really good kill advantage right now, and they might want to start pushing, and as I said that, they do.
They grab the Rainmaker here, but you know, pipe is a really awkward spot. It's a slower push, but it's also a choke point. So they're going to have to get another wipe here if they really want to get points on the board, but an unlucky bomb is going to take down the Rainmaker, and now it's a 3v3.
Stingray coming out from the deck hecklers doesn't seem to do anything though. They aren't getting many picks, especially going in the pipe, as you said. It's kind of a weird route for the Rainmaker to take, and the Sephience are going to be able to get some easy picks and easy map control here.
Nice double pick with those bombs from the Junior, and they see that opportunity, and it looks like they're going to take it. They grab the Rainmaker here. They're hoping to push this right again. You know, they already have this nice lead, though, unfortunately, going down to that flank. They have a nice lead, and maybe just playing lockout here and playing defense is going to be a stronger option for them.
Yeah, but as I say that, the deck hecklers are getting some pretty good picks. off of the Cephidans, but it's still 3-3 on both sides. It looks like the Cephidans might be going for another Rainmaker push. No, the Deck Hecklers put a quick stop to that.
Right, Stingray's ready for both sides, and here you go. You see Deck Hecklers popping theirs first and ending up in a Stingray 1v1. Cephidans popping their second, you know, and obviously getting that pick. But now it's a 3v3. The Forge Pro, or K Pro, sorry, ultimately going down, and the Rainmaker's able to reset and end up back at mid.
Yeah, definitely. And the Deck Hecklers trying to get some mid control right now. As I say that, they're going down really fast and not able to get many picks here. The Deck Hecklers really want to pick off some of the Cephidans members if they want to even try and think of a push here. There is only 130 left in the game, and they need to start pushing quick if they want a chance at winning this game.
Here you go. You see Armor and Inkjet ready, and they're going to pop them as their junior player grabs the Rainmaker. Getting a nice pick, ending up 2 down. The Stingray is going to come out, and this is their opportunity. They're going to go for one more push with 1 minute left. Just great job holding pressure up top. The Rainmaker kind of forced to drop down and ending up 3 down, but you know, moving the Rainmaker that far back is going to be enough. It's going to buy them time on these respawns. It's going to give an opportunity for them to charge their specials again, and give the Rainmaker Deck Hecklers here honestly might not be the worst decision with 1 minute left on the clock.
The Cephidans have been winning their fights and keeping the pressure up for almost this entire game, but here we see the Deck Hecklers' first real push. They have almost entire mid control. They only have 42 seconds to make this push happen. Oof. They already died.
Right, I mean, not finding the positions of the opponents is really difficult for them. The Rainmaker pop taking the Inkjet out, but like, you know, we saw the junior trade with the Dapple dualies there, or at least a 3v3 with those 2 down. And then the Rainmaker ultimately, unfortunately, not able to find that nozzle nose and get that pick on them while they sharked in the bunker area. And here we go. We see Armor coming up for Zephidance. They're holding on to the Stingray for a nice GG Ray at the end of the game, hoping to get this Rainmaker, but Deck Hecklers with all this turf at mid, it might not be the most successful thing.
Yeah, definitely. Deck Hecklers has almost all of mid right now. Here we go. We see the double Stingray battle. And looks like neither side wins this time. They need to push now as it's overtime. It's a 1-4 situation. The Deck Heckler's gonna be able to capitalize on this, but the Rainmaker ultimately gets splatted right as they're about to take the lead, and the Cephidans win this set. As you said before, though, this is play all 3, so even taking 1 game off would be good for the Deck Hecklers.
I mean, we saw a nice flank on that siege at the end there, not letting the GG Ray happen, and that turned into a 2v4 and then a 1v4, but not being aware of those respawns, going straight into the burst bomb there, unfortunately, is going to cost them the game, and really close to that lead in that OT push, but it's not going to be enough. But Albacore Clams, it's a different beast compared to these last 2 games. I mean, Deck Hecklers with you know, a nice amount of map control there at the end might be enough for them to be able to take this last game and try to get these pushes across these long ramps. And great.
We have Clam Blitz on Albacore here. It looks like both of these teams probably might run a similar comp. I do expect the Dapples again coming out from the Deck Hecklers, but Dapples needs to get some nice picks there in order if they want to win this game. The Deck Hecklers, this will be crucial for them to win this, as they're already 2 down in this set.
Right, I mean, there's a complaint with Rainmaker as a whole of, like, you know, you get 1 wipe and you're able to get points on the board, and that's true, but you can't get a comfortable push. And so that's what we saw there. We saw a nice wipe, but the Rainmaker just a little bit too hasty, a little bit moving too quickly and going down, but almost an identical comp for Cephidance, and a Luna Blaster and a Ball Point coming out for Deck Hecklers trying to take advantage of these long grates.
And here we go. Clams Albacore is an interesting one. There's definitely interesting spots where you can flank and push here, honestly. Here we see the Deck Hecklers scrambling to just collect some clams fast. Mid control going to really nobody right now, but they're already popping armor.
Right, you know, a quick armor, not unusual for a team with something like a Zapper or Junior, but the Inkjet is going to come out here for Cephidance, hoping to get them some picks, and that's exactly what happens. They get 2 down in their favor with 13 clams now, 14 clams on the board. That might be enough for them to put a ball together and try to get some movement here, and that's what we're looking at.
Oh, Clam Ball here also has 13 clams with both, but the Clam Ball goes down to an unlucky bomb, unfortunately. Deck Heckler's fresh, getting a good pick with that bomb though. They still have the power clam, but looking to retreat.
Right, you know, the bomb rush ready, but I hopefully not going to pop it until they get a little bit more special or a little bit more map control. The armor ready for deck hecklers just to counter that, but 20 clams for Cephidins, now putting that into a ball or tossing that ball down. Hopefully aiming to get something, and their armor is ready, so booyah as well. So here we go. We're going to start watching some picks here, some specials come out, and hopefully get a push in.
All right, here we go. Deck Huckler's already 1-2 alive right now, but the Sephiron's able to get a nice push, and there we go. They're already at 5650 even. One looks like they're jumping in. They're going to push even more, already down to 41.
With clams ready, yeah.
This isn't good for the Deck Hecklers. They're already at 29, and they can't do anything to stop this right now.
Right, I mean, we saw 3 down in favor of Cephidins, followed by the specials for or specials on Cephidin's side, and you know that booyah now just aiming to like keep him down and keep him back. We see clams ready for Cephidins, though I don't think they're gonna be able to continue this push, and we see the barrier come back up.
And they see the sneak from the charger there, able to get that 29 down to a 17 very quickly. And even though that barrier's up, this is, and the punish is big for the Cephidins, it's going to be very hard for the Deck Hecklers to come back, even with 2:30 in the game.
I mean, look at the Cephidins hoarding these clams on defense. Like, not really too many on the map. We see Deck Hecklers able to pick some up as well, but you know, armor ready, and their defense has been proven strong, especially on that spot zone scene. We saw this the first time.
This ballpoint under a lot of stress here. Has the rain ready though, and might use that to get a push. And as I say that, the Fire Fin able to perfectly pick off that Power Clam. Also trying to pick the right side, and here we go. The Power Clam coming back in, and they have 2. Look, they might want to mount a push starting soon, but they can't. The Cephidins are all over this defense, and they're doing very good at it.
But even so, I mean, look at the map control Deck Hecklers have by the goal. Like, they have turf down. I think it's a matter of getting that breakout special, pushing across those grates and getting something moving. But, you know, the Forge Pro has to back up here with their bubbles and pop them for defense just across mid. Maybe not the best use of them, but just trying to do everything they can to hold down some mid here and get a push going. You know, they still have 20 clams, counting up 23. Just hoping, you know, they can get some momentum here, looking to push across this bridge maybe.
There's only about 130 left. Both sides having a Power Clam. The Deck Hecklers looking to get some more picks. One won't be enough to get a push. They have the armor, and it looks like they're going to pop it, but it doesn't look like they're going to do anything with it. As I say that, though, they're going to go on the top. Are they, though? They are, and there we go. That's 1 clam ball in.
I mean, finally we see some momentum moving for him, but that's going to be the majority of the clams for Deck Hecklers. The ball unfortunately falling off the map for them, and Cephidins, just with this amazing defense, this great lockout, was able to stall them for a solid 2 minutes before even letting them in, and even then only letting them down to 57. Not the push you want if you're Deck Hecklers.
Not even their solid defense, though, Brush, but the amount of clam hoarding they're doing. The Cephidins are keeping clams off of this map, and well, too. You can see the Deck Hecklers only has that 1 Power Clam, and they have 18 already spread out across many members. As we say that, though, they only dropped down to the 9 that the Fire Fin has, but the Deck Hecklers needs to make a fast push.
Even then, I mean, they have specials ready, but so do Cephidins. They popped the armor a little bit earlier, but Bomb are still ready for this defense, you know, just not wanting anyone to cross the bridges if they want. Armor comes out for Deck Hecklers as they look to try to push across the middle grate here, but Junior doing a great job with their bombs, just holding them back and not letting them do anything.
Here we should go into overtime if I am correct, but there goes 1 clam ball already sitting on the grates. This is really dangerous for the Deck Hecklers. All they have to do is all the Cephidins have to do is stall for just a bit, and that overtime ends.
But unfortunately, you know, going 3 down in Cephidins, and we see the Junior just doing everything they can to hold on to it, but with a notoriously short overtime like in Clam Blitz, even with that 3 down, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do anything here. Cephidins just guarding that ball for dear life, and they're going to end this set 3-0.
The Deck Heckler's not even able to take 1 game off of them. Even though these were close matches, close isn't enough. They need to start winning games, and this was a really close set overall. And this was a really fun set to commentate. But the Deck Hecklers need to organize and push better. I saw a lot of them just not pushing in general.
Right, you know, we see version 2.0 who won the last set, going 3-0 over Team Delta in Group G. And and just you know, some close sets this game. But as you said, you know, it's not enough. Let's wrap this puppy up, though. Is there anything you would like to plug, Yoshi, as we go into a Top Cut round 1 waiting time?
Well, Top Cut will be an interesting one, definitely. We might see some teams we've seen on stream. We might see some teams that you've seen in the other matches. But all in all, this has been a really good tournament so far, and I can't wait to see what happens next.
Alrighty. Well, as we go into some waiting time before Top Cut round 1, we will see you shortly.
actually do want to see that. Welcome back to Little Squid League 12. I am Yoshi, and I am here joined by Hyla. How are you doing today, Hyla?
Doing pretty good. Ready to get back into this top cut. Looks like we've got Starfall back on the stream again. Let's see if they'll be able to take another win, or if the new, or if the others will be able to make a comeback.
Yeah, and they're joined by Novice Clams, team we haven't seen on stream yet. And this is going to be an interesting match, as we're going to be starting off on Tower Inkblot.
Now, I believe we saw Inkblot earlier in a Rainmaker game.
We did. That was version 2.0. Another team that has gotten into Top Cut.
Do you think that the gameplay changes significantly for this map based on the mode?
For tower control, and based on the playstyles of these two teams, I will expect to see definitely some more interesting comps. And we have a what's it called? We have a change to Top Cut. If you can tell, Top Cut is a best of 5, so you want to take an early lead.
All right, so if a team wins 3 games, that means the set will be over then, right? They're not playing out all the games like in the... All right, so let's see. We've got...
Coming out from Starfall, we see a Splashmatic, an NZAP 85, a K-Pro, and a Hydra. Coming out on the side of Novice Clams, we have a Nautilus, a Junior, a regular Splatterscope, and a Splash Neo. We see Novice Clams already coming out and trying to take some mid control, but Starfall already taking out the tower.
Yeah, so they're making their way straight to the first checkpoint. Oh, the armor saves them. They're getting knocked off the tower, but better than getting splatted. Hydra back on. It looks like they might be able to clear it. Oh, the inkjet coming out. Lots of chaos going on around that checkpoint. And it looks like Yuri's gonna take it. And normally, once you... Oh, yeah, that was a wipe. So... they managed to get back on the tower before the checkpoint fully reset there. They did lose control of the tower, so it went back up to 3 to 5, but if you're quick enough, you won't lose too many points. And now it looks like...
a couple of good points there, though, as the Inkjet getting a team wipe. And and still advancing the tower here, and the Inkjet's ready and back, and
again,
they don't have a chance to pop it, though.
Yeah, the armor came out just a moment too late, it seems. Stingray managing to knock out the Splatling on the tower, and it looks like that will be the end of the push for now. So.
There we go. Starfall had a really good push there, and Novice Clams looking to try and counter that push that got all the way to 24, so that's going to be really hard, especially on Inkblot Tower, where the checkpoints are positioned well for the defensive side.
Yeah, it's for sure. Clearing 2 checkpoints on your first push, I gotta say, is pretty rare, I think. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to make a comeback here. They got 2 points, so they're on the board. Okay, and it looks like they're going. 3 were down, and Inkjet, Ink Armor, they're just using all their specials to get through this checkpoint. And it looks like that
is the hardest
easy
checkpoint
enough
to get through, so go figure. They are using
little
specials.
resist. Oh, sorry, I cut you off there.
Oh,
a Booyah Bomb coming out. So it looks like this team too is also getting straight onto this second checkpoint. I think maybe the checkpoints here are kind of close together. So once you clear the first one, it's not too long until you get to the second one. Okay, that inkjet gets a pick. Oh, and barely gets away.
That's very true. The thing is, with these checkpoints, they're close together, but that first checkpoint is very hard to clear. And even if you do clear it, there's going to be guaranteed at least a pick, unless you are the Starfall Inkjet and literally get a quad.
Yeah, so they go for it again. I think that was a bit ambitious, but high risk, high reward play. Distracted the team at the least. Got them pretty far in, almost off the ramp, but looks like the push is ending now.
Here we go. Novice Clams trying to just get near the board. They still haven't even passed checkpoint 2, and Starfall's still advancing. It's a 3-2 situation in favor of Starfall right now. Just Ray coming out from Novice Clams.
Yep, looks like green team's down 2. Yuri's by themselves on this ramp. It could be problematic for them. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna have to back off and jump to base.
You're
can
not
see them.
thinking of using advanced strats here. Is that if he fast climbed, he could have honestly made that work, but he decided to opt and jump out. Novice Clams now just trying to take mid control. Here we go. Starfall's Inkjet though is ready for blood.
Ooh, so you saw them priming the shots on that Inkjet while no one was shooting them, but then as soon as they showed themselves, they did end up getting shot anyway. So that's unfortunate.
Nice
But it looks
Inkjet
like-
1v1 there.
Yeah, both teams. All right, so it looks like Starfall's back on the tower again. With only a minute left, getting the tower as far away from the mid as possible could help them out, even if they end up losing a fight.
Here we go, the flank from Saber here.
Yeah, that was pretty good. 2 KOs. And it looks like they've got just total mid control here, so they're going to get their final push.
Yeah,
And they got to
definitely.
make it count.
Novice here using a sub because they couldn't find a fourth, Sabra, and I actually know this player as they are going to be signing with Tentacle Splatoon soon.
Oh, really?
Indeed. There we go, Starfall getting another pick with that bomb though. On
Yeah.
Novice, and they're just keeping Novice at bay, and that's gonna
Looks
be
like
it
that'll
unless
be it.
Novice can do something about a quick push, and they can't.
If
That's
that
gonna be it.
Booyah bomb for sure. That was a good game. Starfall definitely had control of that tower for most of the round, but it not a knockout, and 50 points is not bad. Like, I'd say it went back and forth.
It was a very back and forth game, but Novice Clams needs to win the next one because, as we said, this isn't a playoff 3 anymore. This is a boat 3. As soon as you're out, you're out.
Yeah, and so with Top Cut, it's not like the group stage, right? It's a single elimination bracket at this point.
Indeed.
So let's see, where are we headed next? Looks like it's
Clamblitz,
Clamblitz.
Snapper, Canal.
Ooh, so Canal is an interesting map, I think, for this mode. Very large, you know, you've got the different ways to approach from the left and the right. You can try to flank into the base if you're willing to go over those uninkable areas.
Yeah. The Clamblitz Snap Canal is an interesting one because that left side rail can lead to some really good Leroy pushes.
Oh, for sure. As long as you don't die in the rail, it gets you
Definitely.
a really clean shot to the basket.
We already see on the bracket some of the teams have already been starting to take some games off. We see TNGP already taking off a game of Murder Inc. and Roll for Initiative, a pickup between Inka and Moonfall, already taking off a game against Cephidence. Moonstone, I am so sorry.
It looks like the players are readied up, so we should be starting this game any second now.
As you just saw on the stream, you can see the silver bracket, but here on the stream, we are focusing on this match and this match alone. We got Clamblitz, Snapper, Canal.
Yeah, let's see how they head into it. It looks like the team comps feature some of the same weapons. You got the Splattershot Jr. on the Clams team and the NZAP for Starfall.
Novice
And-
Clams
oh,
looking
quick
to
hit.
do good here. I mean, Clams is in their team name after all.
That is true. I wonder if that's why. Oh, all right. Soko gets a clean pick and a Booyah Bomb coming out.
Oko getting multiple picks here, and that
Yeah.
makes 3.
Unfortunately, the time between them means that there's probably not much room for a push there.
Yeah, but they already have almost most of map control now. And they already
is
have,
true.
like I said, that left rail is already ready to be jumped on.
Yeah, even if you don't plan on taking it, I think turning it your color is really good at just diverting the enemy team's attention. And you see there that they died while they were on the ink rail, but it looks like they did get the power clam in for another 20 points.
And there we go. We saw this a lot in group stage between version 2.0, I believe. they on Clam Blend's humpback, they opted to go for the power clams instead of throwing in single clams. As it is faster, but it does lose a bit of clamage.
Yeah, so scoring the points when you think you're gonna die, if you're doing like a suicide push, always better to have the power clam. But
yeah, it is much faster.
we can see here now, looks like they are with 33 clams. This is definitely a chance for them to make something happen if they can just build their specials.
And here we go, 2 specials,
here comes-
3 specials
oh.
already coming out. Already a death coming out.
Yeah, those ink rails really dangerous, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, the ink rolls are definitely a risk versus reward situation. Stardust was, my bad. Starfall was able to take the risk and got the reward just barely, but here on Novice Clam's side, that reward didn't really come for them.
And you see
here we go,
them
another
Duck and
push
Bomb
from
rushing to
Starfall.
open the basket. They pushed out Starfall pushed them out completely there. Bubble Blower to keep the basket open.
Yeah, and here we go. Starfall opting to go for some more clams, and here we go. The play there from the Hydra throwing in regular clams, because if you didn't know, 7 regular clams is already worth more than a regular power clam. And the Hydra able to get 7 in, and that's already down to 30.
So here, with 40 clams, you might think this is pretty good, you know? They've got, like, so many, but now all of them are visible on the map, which is going to make it really hard to push. And as you see, Starfall gets another break on the barrier because they know exactly where everyone on the enemy team is. So there's no masking your plans here.
At this point right now, Novice Clams has every single member having a power clam right now.
They've got a 5th one.
Power clams, what is this?
Now, if they can get those in, they'll be in a good spot. But
If
it's
they get
just
that in,
so
that's
hard.
already winning.
That is true. I don't think I've ever seen a team with 5 power clams before. Okay, they're going for it.
That's 1.
All right, 4 to go. Oh, but they're down to just 10 clams being held. Are they possibly, throwing them to hide their positions?
Well,
with
no,
2 down.
A lot of the members died in that push,
Yeah.
and they couldn't really do anything about that. Oh, and here we go, Starfall almost making another
3
push. That's going to be really dangerous for
But they do
Starfall,
have
though,
3
since
down.
they're 3 down.
All right, yeah, this should go in cleanly, but they need to definitely get some more clams to follow it up. Oh, and it looks like Starfall's just going to take the pick. That's an issue I notice a lot of teams have is after they break the basket, they get wiped because they're all so busy like, all right, we got to throw these clams, we got to throw these clams. They just kind of stand there throwing the clams, and then the enemy team kind of pushes them out.
Yeah, definitely. When you're throwing singular clams and you are on a time constraint, it still can be better if you're able to dodge and weave well. But in Novice Clams situation, they weren't.
Yeah, one thing I see some teams do is they'll have one person throwing in their clams at a time while the other 3 try to take control of the area under the basket. Kind of like if you were playing splat zones. They're just like, all right, we're going to control the basket and then take turns throwing in the clams. That way, 3 of our members can focus on what the enemy team's doing. All right, and it looks like they will get an overtime since they have a power clam. And they are catching up. 50 points with 20 penalty. That's not too many clams they need to get in. With 2 down, though, it might be hard to make this push happen.
Chat, take notes. Hyla's given high-level Splatoon gameplay tips.
All right, yeah, with that power clam now breaking, it should be just about over. Oh, they pick it up. There we go.
It is over though, as Clam Blitz, regardless if you have the clam or not, overtime can just end seemingly randomly.
Yeah, I think it's something like 15 or 20 seconds you have to break the basket, but don't
I
quote
think
me
so.
on that.
I really don't know.
So one thing you might notice here is on the ends card screen that the losing team actually had higher kill numbers. Either that's because they were getting more assists or just more kills in general, but they weren't able to convert that into actually scoring clams as well as the other team. So you got to make sure when you're playing to focus on the objective.
Yeah, they got a lot of kills, but they weren't really able to capitalize on it. And Nova's Clams need to take a game off, as this is dangerous territory for them, because Starfall only needs one more game and they knock Nova's Clams out of Top Cut.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like we're going to splat zones for game 3. Oh, but it looks like the stream's showing us some bracket. How's the rest of the teams doing?
Here we go. We see Bamboo Dragons already getting one up on version 1.0, and the pickup between Inkai and Moonstone. I got it right this time, I think. Already taking 2 off of Cephidence. The Wombo's taking off 1 off of Just Gooder, and Power Inc. Taking 1 off of Incraft Cult. And the TNGP versus Murder Inc. set is already tied.
All right, yeah, we saw Cephidence do pretty well on the stream earlier, so I'm excited to see what Roll for Initiative might be bringing to the table in the later rounds if they manage to pull out the win here.
Yeah, definitely. Starfall winning Power Control, Inkball, and Clan Blitz Snapper. Unfortunate for Novice, but Splat Zone's Humpback might be the map to turn it around for them.
Yeah, so what do you think about this map mode? You've just got the one zone covering most of the mid area, right?
From Novice, I'm planning to see a more frontline midline comp, especially because I have experience with some of these members, and one of these members I know because they're signing with my team.
Oh, nice.
But for Starfall, I'm not really too experienced with them, so I really don't know what's going to come out from them. Here we go. The match is going to be starting now. A reminder, Novice Clams needs to win this or they're out of Top Cut. Here on Starfall side, we see a K-Gal, a Dynamo Roller, and it looks like a NZAP and a Splash-O-Matic. And here we go, Novice Clams. They're running a more front midline oriented comp with the K-Pro, the Splatter Shot, Junior, and the K-Shot with the Firefin Splat Scope.
Okay, so what do you think of these comps? I'm excited to see the Roller. I was hoping to see either a Roller or a Slosher on this map, since you just have so many different curves and little nooks to hide from.
Definitely, but the Dynamo Roller, even with this map in particular, the Dynamo Roller can get some really good picks off.
For sure. All right, looks like the Booyah Zone to neutralize the zone, but... Oh, and they take control. All right, with 2 down, Sushi has to jump out, it looks like.
Yeah, and there we go. That's basically a delayed team wipe on the side of Novice Clams. Starfall able to just keep this zone at bay and keep Novice Clams at bay. This has been the problem for Novice Clams basically this entire set. They aren't really able to do anything, and they're just being kept at bay by Starfall.
For sure. Oh, and there goes a Booyah Bomb. I think Solitude might be out. Yep. Ooh.
Booyah Bomb coming
the other
out
team
on Novice Clams side isn't able to cap the zone, but does neutralize it. A fierce fight breaking out between the NZAP, the K-Shot, and the K-Gal, but Starfall keeps the zone kept.
Yeah, now you might have noticed something there, but they had a Junior and a Pro alive, it looked like, and they were having the Pro paint the zone instead of the Junior, so it might have just had some positioning issues in that last fight.
Yeah, maybe, but here we go. They're already down to 10, and luckily, Novice Clams able to get a singular punish out, and that's going to put them back down to around 70-ish, but as the punish goes slightly faster than the regular count. So Novice Clams needs to make something happen, and needs to make something happen now, because Starfall is dangerously close to knocking them out.
Yeah, for sure. It's good that they managed to at least get some penalty points in, but they definitely need to make something happen and quick. Here comes the suction bombs. They're going to try to cap the zone again, but with no one else near the zone, the Dynamo Roller is just able to just keep it up and outpaint the suction bomb rush. Okay, but there they go. They managed to get a push in and reset that penalty counter again.
But resetting the penalty counter isn't good for them. They're not in the lead. They need to start getting points on the board. They've been stuck for 79 since the first push.
That is true. We did see one member just jump out there from Starfall, though, so this should be their chance to reduce their own penalty. Ooh, that armor came out just before dying to the bomb.
There we go, the flank from the NZAP here. They have an armor ready as well. It's a 3-4 situation in favor of Novice Clams, but they still have the zone, and they have it well. Their punish is going down very, very quickly.
For sure. Sushi, the junior getting out of there just barely. Almost got stuck in a 2v1 situation. All right. Oh, did you see what I just saw? It looked like they started to super jump out, but then they got shot down in the air.
Yeah, that happens to me a lot. I definitely have a lot of experience with that, especially in ranked.
Oh,
There we go. Novice Clams just struggling to keep this zone, able to get a good amount of picks off, but there we go. The K-52 gal already neutralizing the zone, but the K-52 gals might get taken out, but the K-shot, there we go. That's a delayed wipe for Novice Clams. And they're going to be able to push this zone down to 31 before it gets recapped.
Yeah, so they managed to get quite a few points from that. They were at something like 78 before, I think, right? But it's not quite enough. Here comes an ink armor, but they don't seem close to the enemy team, so I'm not sure how much use they'll be able to get out of that. Maybe if they waited just a couple more seconds.
There we go. Novice Clan able to cap, and no, it's right back to Starfall. This is a very back and forth last minute, but see, we are in the last minute, and Novice Clans needs to keep this zone capped in their favor, or Starfall will just sweep them.
Yeah, they're running out of time to make something happen, but they've got ink armor, so they've got to figure it out real quick.
There we go. They honestly might get KO'd before the time even goes out. They need to get this zone now.
The Booyah Bomb, or the Suction Bomb Rush, should be able to neutralize it. Nice, they take control. And they've got 3 down on the enemy team.
3 down. The ends up camping at the left side booth right now.
Now, that's actually something I agree with here, where you'll notice that temporarily, like, the 3 members of the enemy team all turn to look at that end zap. So if they were able to play effective distraction, they might have been able to sneak the zone back, but it didn't quite work out that way this time. Yeah.
Definitely, and looks like the Dynamo DCs, but there won't be a replay. I see DC'd after 30.
That is quite unfortunate, huh?
Looks like Novice is gonna win this.
What a comeback.
Unfortunately, it wasn't a very fair win, as there was a DC at the very end, but Novice able to just barely stay alive.
Yeah, so going into that match, I definitely thought that Starfall had the advantage there with the Dynamo Roller being so good at placing paint on the zone, and they took the early lead. But in the end, it looks like Novice Clams was able to make the comeback. So we'll be moving on into Game 4, which seems to be Rainmaker on Starfish.
And here we go. Is the chat going to be right for once? Everybody was slightly saying in the chat, is Novice Clams going to reverse sweep? And this might be the start. That DC was just late enough for Novice Clams to have a good grip on that last game, as there won't be a replay. And it looks like they're going to be subbing out people on the Novice Clam side, as well as maybe the Starfall side. Starfall looking to be the fan favorite here, but Novice definitely putting up a fight. They just need to not be relying on DCs and luck, and they need to put their foot down and try to win a game.
Yeah, for sure. How do you think they might change up their comps for this Rainmaker game? I'm thinking the Dynamo Roller is unlikely to return here, for starters.
I really doubt that. It is Rainmaker Starfish. And Starfish as a whole is a very interesting game, because except for zones, because the main premise of Starfish applies to everything. Rainmaker, Clams, and Tower Control, as usually, they all follow the same premise and route for the base wise. So we're gonna probably expect maybe a Squiffer or a Jet coming up from either side of the team. I know a bit shorter backline is probably better for Rainmaker Starfish here, but we also might see a Hydra camping up on the top near the spawn there.
Yeah, I'm definitely used to going against some Flatlings on this stage myself. I noticed one thing that they like to do is at the very start of the match, they go and take that flank on their right side or your team's left side and try to like walk across the grate so you don't notice them. Since they run so much run speed up, they can kind of walk without placing ink and revealing their location.
Yeah, definitely. So we're planning to probably see a Squiffer and Jet and definitely a Hydra, maybe on both sides here, because the Hydra is really good at controlling the attic, controlling the grates, and controlling the snipe. So this will be an interesting matchup, especially since it's Rainmaker.
Yeah, I feel like anything can happen in Rainmaker. Just get one good wipe and you're guaranteed to score quite a few points. And we see here on the bracket, it looks like Roll for Initiative and the Wombles have both finished their sets 3-0.
Congratulations to those two. They'll be moving on to the quarterfinals. Booyah X and iRide getting a bye there, which is why they're already there. And Starfall, the winner of this set right here, Starfall or Novice Clams, will be going against iRide, a very good team. So whoever wins this set is going to need to keep stepping their game up over time. TNGP is winning against Murder Inc. right now and only needs one win to advance. And Power Inc. the same for Inkcraft Cult. They only need one win to advance. And right now it looks like version 2 might go against Booyah X for that game. We are going to be on Rainmaker Starfish, as I said earlier, and the room is finally ready, so we are going to get started in a couple seconds.
They're just finalizing their team comps here. Yeah, and it looks like Taga swapped out.
Yep. Here we go. As I said before, the Starfall did really good in winning those first 2 games. So Novice, if they want a chance, they have to reverse sweep. And that's going to be very hard, especially with a good team like Starfall.
Now, in tournaments, I think there's a lot to be said for the mental energy and state of the teams here. Do you think that getting that win last game can help them out here, you know, revitalize, pump them up?
Definitely. Their mental states should be, well, a bit happy at least. It was a DC win, so it is a bit tricky. But it is still a win, and that can get their hopes up. And that they had a really good comeback coming, even without that DC. If the DC didn't happen, they might have honestly won either way. That's the thing. So that comeback itself might affect the momentum of the set entirely.
All right, looks like it's loading on in. So let's see, which team here do you think? All right, we see here a Nautilus, and that seems to be the only Splatling, but fair enough. Which team do you think here will get the pop? I think looks like Starfall is going to get there a little bit faster, or not.
No, Novice Claims is already running Object Shredder. You know the Object Shredder is going to have a major effect on that Rainmaker shield. They're going to be able to get that pop first as well as... But they can't get the mid control. Looks like the Spider Jr. already popping that armor.
Yeah,
and the Octoshot advancing towards the Rainmaker, and they're just looking to get mid control right now.
Yeah, with the Nautilus locking down mid, it might be difficult for Novice Clams to make anything happen. It looks like they have picked up the Rainmaker. The Stingray not able to find anyone though.
Unfortunate for the Stingray, but there we go. The Rainmaker goes down, but the Novice player that was chasing the Rainmaker goes down for those Tetris right there. The Octoshot taking a 2v1 here, trying to get that Inkjet out and get splatted.
Yeah, so the Starfall activates their own Inkjet in response and pops the Rainmaker.
You know, getting a
and
bit
they're scoring.
Of coverage.
Boy, now this is what you expect from a Rainmaker game. They've got 3 KOs, boom, 80 points.
There we go, Novice. It's gonna be hard, and they're taking the Rainmaker again.
That was a push. I feel like without many picks, they didn't have much of a chance of getting it far, but they only needed to get it a little bit. They took 1 point.
They got it a total of 1 point up. A kind of nice-ish, I guess, Leroy push, but I feel like grabbing that Rainmaker was honestly just unnecessary and forced an unnecessary death for Starfall. They are able to keep that area at bay, though.
Oh, and Inkjet has
if I remember the call out, that'd be nice. They are able to get the pit and the choke at bay right now, and Starfall, Saber picking up a nice splat there.
Yeah, you'll notice though that those Tetras were dancing around them for a while, and that let Starfall's spend time getting control back in the middle of the stage. So that they might have been doing that intentionally to attempt to distract the opponents.
2 members going down on both sides.
3
unintentional bombs, and Nova's clams are almost delayed wipe. And honestly, they might have been delayed wipe anyway, because all 4 of them were at the base, and Starfall able to push it back to where they once had it. It looks like they are gonna go down, all 4 of them. That's a delayed wipe in favor of Nova's clams.
All right, looks like 2 are still in the mid though. So they decided to go let the Rainmaker reset here instead of trying to pick it up. I think that was probably the right play, since they still had
getting a nice pick there on Sushi, and it looks like they're gonna maybe opt to pop the Rainmaker to get more mid control. You see that Charger going up on the snipe right now, trying to pick one, and he does get one.
He does indeed, and he's got Stingray, or they have Stingray ready to go.
All right, and there we go. The Charger, on Mama's Climb side, they have a Booyah Bomb and that Stingray ready to go. The Booyah Bomb goes down, unfortunately, but on the side of Starfall, they already have an Ink Armor ready to go, so there might be a double Ink Armor pop from both sides, and there is. Ink Armor makes a difference between life and death here, but we see the Rainmaker has to retreat and isn't doing too well in health and gets spotted by this Stingray.
Yep, I was going to point out, we saw them jump back to base with the Stingray charge, so when you see that, you more or less know what's about to happen next.
Definitely. Neighbor fighting a losing battle here and gets splattered, unfortunately. And they have already regained the Rainmaker, but as I say that, there we go, Sushi able to get a nice pick before dying.
Yeah, dropping down on the Rainmaker there. I feel like with the splat bombs and some shooting, they should have known Sushi was there, but they rushed forward and the Splattershot Jr. got a drop on them.
Yeah, here we see Juggle is the last member of Starfall that is still there. Starfall aiming for more like leeward pushes, just YOLOing it, to be honest. And they once they're in the base, they don't really want kill control. They just want to push the Rainmaker as far as possible, and it's been working for them so far. They're at 16, and Novice Comes isn't even on the board.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds left, and using 2 or 3 of their specials just now, they are gonna find it really hard to push up.
Finally on the board, but only to 98. This isn't good. This isn't looking good for Novice Clemson. There we go. If he shoots that again, that's gonna be a jump camp. Doesn't opt to because he doesn't see the jump. But here we go. There's 3 seconds left, and then overtime. Here we go. Novice needs to not get splatted. 3 down though on the side of Starfall.
And the NZAP's response is still up there as well. Oh man, they had a chance there, but
yeah, they did have a chance, but very unfortunate for Novice Cleanse. They have been knocked out of top cut. GG to both teams, and Starfall is moving on within the bracket.
All right, yeah. I guess we will see everyone with the next round, quarterfinals. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We're here with the quarterfinals. We've got TNGP versus Power Inc. I'm Hyla, and why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Era. I'm back from round one, and super excited to watch this match. I always love seeing TNGP at these tournaments and watching them play, but we haven't seen these teams on stream yet, so that'll be fun.
So you've seen TNGP play before then, it sounds like.
Yeah, I've commentated a couple of these, and they're always there. I mean,
Oh.
they're a great team, yeah, to watch.
All right, so it looks like for game one, we've got Splat Zones on Sturgeon's Shipyard. Any insights on what TNGP might be bringing?
Potentially a Dynamo roller, I know that much. But their backline also plays other backlines, so I don't think anything's set in stone. And as for Power Inc., I don't know anything about them, so yeah. For this map in general, I think a lot of things can work. Personally, armor's always a good thing to have, and Tenta missiles are also pretty useful on this map, I think, in pushing the other team back. So yeah, how about you? Do you have any insights for this?
Yeah, I don't know too much about the teams, but I do definitely feel like I see Chargers on this map more than some of the others, just because you have those grates up near your spawn that you can just shoot into mid from.
Yeah, and the spinners, they're definitely a good perch.
Okay, looks like we do see a Dynamo roller.
Wow, nice. And a Nautilus on both sides, so that'll be fun to see inkjets coming out.
Now, they do have the Kenta Luna Blaster. I'm under of the understanding that those don't paint too well. Is that correct?
By themselves, they're not great at painting, but I know that Fishy is a blaster player, so they're probably comfortable with this, and they can spam, as you can see, a lot of fizzy bombs.
The fizzy bombs do some work.
They paint a lot and put a lot of pressure on the other team, as we see TNGP, capping the zone and, letting that timer tick down.
Yeah, 2 kills. All right, nice. So I've been proven wrong. This blaster, pretty good choice. I gotta say, getting 4 quick kills.
Yeah, it's definitely a dangerous weapon in the right hands. And Gray getting a hit on that inkjet right as Power Inc. is trying to respawn and push back in, but you can see TNGP's already in their court.
They've got very little time to work with. Even if they were to get some KOs, they have to walk to the zone and start painting it. But here come 2 suction bomb launchers. I think, though, that they might be able to just paint right over them.
Yeah.
And it's a clean knockout.
Yeah, the Booyah Bomb from TNGP was able to eat up all those suction bombs, basically rendering both of them useless on the zone, at least. So that was like a really good play, I think, on the side of TNGP, and yeah, a quick KO.
Yeah, you can see here they didn't even manage to score a single KO on TNGP, or against TNGP.
Definitely.
So let's see if they can keep that up in game 2, which is Reef Clamblitz.
Yeah, so I think the Reef is always... The main thing about the Reef is that you want to control that top-mid bridge, right? And that will help you with your pushes and all that. Yeah, so maybe we'll see Power Inc. bring out some, not necessarily different weapons, but maybe Clamblitz is a better mode for them, and hopefully we can see maybe a closer match to make things a little more exciting for the viewers, but we'll have to see, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder how they'll change up their weapon comps for the new map and mode.
Yeah, I think Tenterbrell is a popular weapon on this map mode, or more popular than it is in others, so I don't know. Maybe that's something we get to see.
Yeah, figuring out how you plan on pushing into and opening the basket is something that every team needs to take into consideration. I have noticed in none of the games have we been seeing people just do that older strategy of just baller to the basket and try to jump and score 20 points, and then everybody dies. So, hey, we got some higher level play than that at least.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely an older technique that isn't as reliable as, say, a tent shield or bubbles, which have been a lot more popular recently.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of just the foil squeezer as a weapon in general. I think it does well on every mode, and those bubbles are part of the reason why.
Squeezer is a very powerful weapon. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So let's see. We see them just both heading towards mid, picking up some clams along the way.
Yeah, there's bubbles on the side of Power Inc. with that heavy spotling deco. But as for TNGP, I'm pretty sure that's double armor and then missiles and brain. So
Yeah, we see busy bombs from the Luna player just harassing the enemy team while the rest of them take mid.
yeah, so TNGP's already pushed up towards their bridge, forcing this heavy spotling and back, and it's a 2v2 situation right now. So I don't think either team's in the position to score yet, but
it's definitely been.
No, yeah, you can go.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say it's definitely been pretty even with 2 KOs on both sides, and they both even had like the same amount of clams at one point. But it looks like TNGP is starting to take an advantage with those specials coming out and 2 power clams. Let's see if they'll be able to make something happen. I know a lot of teams try to stop after they get the first power clam, just for visibility reasons.
Oh yeah, personally, I am not a huge fan of holding one of those big glowing footballs during the match, but it can also be a way to put pressure on the other team, you know, showing that you have all this potential to make a push happen. Bubbles coming out, or powering in defense, yeah. And
so we saw them throw a bomb, and they got the KO with that. I was not expecting that. I was about to say, oh, they threw the bomb and turned it around. They're probably about to get flanked. But no, they're going to get the KO with that bomb.
And yeah, at one point, Power Inc. was 3 down with just the heavy splatling left, but now that heavy splatling has done a solid work. Solid job, defending. Yeah.
There may have been an opportunity to get some more clams than they have, but focusing on defending is definitely not a bad idea when TNGP has 20 clams on their side to deal with.
Sure.
Okay, and here comes a bomb launcher. Maybe they'll get into the basket. We do see the end zap under the basket now.
Yeah, Power Inc. definitely has a player advantage at this point, and they get the power clam in.
All right, with only a dynamo roller left, but no clams to throw, it looks like they'll have to back off.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty smart move to stay alive and regroup with their team. But now, yeah, with 4 players up on both sides, both teams, you know, TNGP is taking back this bridge and using their armors to force Power Inc. back, hoping to put some clans in of their own. But they only have 4, so it's a fight right now, I guess.
Yeah, they've got the numbers advantage, but they don't have much to capitalize on it, because even if they tossed all their clams to one member, they wouldn't be able to form a power clam.
I wonder how this is going to play out for the rest of the match, with TNGP focusing a bit more on kills than clams, but Fishy does have a power clam, and or maybe they're potentially looking to push.
Yeah, with the ink armor coming out on a TNGP side, though, it seems like they're not going to get that chance. So they're backing up and just taking those clams in mid.
Yeah, already we are down to about 1 minute left on the clock, and only Power Inc. has scored. So if your
We
team,
do see. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say we do see 3 specials, so this could be their chance.
but also 3 specials on the side of Power Inc. Ready to defend with their life savings.
Fair enough. If they can just score those 2 power clams, they'll get to 60 points and take the lead. Oh, but I think they missed, and that's a team wipe.
Oh,
That's gonna make it rather difficult to make this comeback.
definitely. Yeah, missing power clams is always an unfortunate case, and I've done it multiple times on this map. But yeah, I think the defense of Power Inc. was also really strong, and they were managed to get those picks off TNGP at the last minute.
Yeah, playing defense is definitely something a lot of people overlook in their own practice. So seeing them, they just scored once and then never let TNGP open the basket.
And yeah, they didn't even get the chance to get into overtime because TNGP didn't have a power clam, and it was a little unfortunate that, yeah, they were definitely more focused on fighting than clams, in my opinion. That led to their defeat in this match.
Well, if they're good at fighting, they might fare better in game 3, which is tower control. I think out of all the modes, this is the one where just being able to go frag the enemy is that kind of encouraged, because you have like one guy riding the tower and then everyone else is like, all right, let's go stop them from even getting to this tower.
Yeah, for sure. Clamblitz is one of those more tentative, objective-based ones, but if you have someone on the tower, the rest of you can go seek out enemies to splat. So that'll be fun to see how TNGP reacts and plays this game.
Yeah, so Manta Maria, definitely a much different map than the Reef. Smaller, narrower. We've got possibly room here for the Dynamo to flex their stuff some more, because you kind of know where they're going to be, especially with the tower riders. And then you also have some nice high points where you can just shoot into the street or into mid.
Yeah, definitely. I can't remember. The top mid greats are still there for tower control, right?
I think so, yeah. But, hey,
Yeah.
maybe we're both wrong, and the game will show us in a few minutes.
Or a few seconds, but yeah.
Yeah.
So that can be a valuable place for the Dynamo to just rain down on them.
As long as they watch their ink.
For sure. It looks like it's there.
The tower control logo blocking it off. Oh, but do we
No Dynamo on
yeah,
site.
it's all for naught.
But yeah, I think Splatlings in general on this map can be very advantageous because they can just run around on that grate. Is it there? Okay, yeah, it's there. But yeah, you can just like run around on top of there and strafe a little bit and get people off their bunker. So we'll see how these teams play it out.
So I see here we also have the Splattershot Junior versus the enemy team's NZAP. I see this debate happen a lot. Which of the two do you prefer on tower control?
On this map mode, I personally like the NZAP. I am a support player.
Me too.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's personal preference, and teams also can decide.
Oh,
Fishy
that
with the
bomb.
nice fizzy bomb.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah, the
I
range
feel
of
like
those guns is cool. Yeah.
The Blaster player's been doing a great job in the first 2 games, and now that it's tower control, I think they might be primed to do even better. So I think that's, if I was on Power Inc., that's who I'd be watching out for the most out of everyone.
We just saw Fishy get like 3 people on the enemy team's bunker, and TNGP is taking the tower and pushing it at the second checkpoint now.
Yeah, but we do see a good flank from Power Inc. to finally get rid of that tower I was gonna say that tower control, but that's the name of the mode.
Yeah.
So let's see if they'll be able to make a comeback here. Get the first push, getting through the first checkpoint with like little resistance and almost clearing the second one.
Stingray coming out from Powering and a lot of pressure behind in their streets. And yeah, they made it through the first checkpoint.
So it looks like TNGP had a lot of deaths right before Power Inc. made it to that first checkpoint, which leaves you in a really unfortunate spot because they're going to get that one for free, and then they basically almost made it to the second checkpoint as well before they got back to fight. But it seems like they were able to take the fight at the second checkpoint.
Yeah, that ends up player on Powering dancing on the tower, but unable to really push it past 53, which is a pretty solid push, but it's obviously not lead, so it's going to be more work to put in later in the game.
For sure. But it's actually not too different from what TNGP will have to do, because once you leave the checkpoint, the timer resets. So they do have that 10-point lead, but to actually break the checkpoint is going to be the same amount of work for either team.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Checkpoints, tower control. Okay, I don't know what to say. Okay, so...
Fair enough. All right, so it looks like they're building specials on TNGP. Everyone's getting kind of close. They might be able to make a good push pretty soon because they'll definitely get them ready before Power Inc. But as I say that, TNGP's Nautilus goes down.
Yeah, it's one down on both sides, and the Booyah Bomb coming out from TNGP really stopped any idea for Power Inc. to push. And they're really just in a fight for mid right now.
Yeah, we see TNGP has been backed into their side of the base a little bit, so we do see Power Inc. take the tower, and they're just cruising towards that first checkpoint. But they lose 2 members, and it looks like that's going to end the push.
We saw the Booyah Bomb and the Ink Storm being used by TNGP to push back into mid, and
Here comes Ink Armor.
specials pop going off everywhere.
All right, we saw them jump back to base for the Stingray. This is with only 15 seconds left. They've got to make something happen quick.
Oh wow, I lost track of time, but so must have played it maybe. But yeah,
They got it.
Fishy's on the tower though.
Yep, that's that Booyah Bomb. It is over. Well, not yet. Not the series, but the game.
Yeah, the Fishy with that Luna Blaster and the Booyah Bomb just got rid of the members of Power Inc. on that tower, and unfortunately did not give them the opportunity to take back the lead. On to game number 4.
It looks like it's Piranha Pit Rainmaker. Now, I don't know if people prefer this or not, but when you're on Rainmaker, the spawns like rotate 90 degrees, more or less, from the, like if you were playing some of the other modes in Piranha Pit, and it completely changes how the map plays out, I think.
Sorry, that's probably an issue on my end, but what were you saying?
Yeah, no problem. So the Piranha Pit Rainmaker spawns are in a different spot than they would be in some of the other modes, where it's basically along like the left, right of the map instead of having like the bottom and top. Although obviously the map is rotated.
Yeah, so spawns are like so far away from each other, and that's what makes some people have a slight distaste for this map mode. But yeah, it definitely will take both teams a good amount of time to get back into the mid if they get wiped, as what tends to happen during Rainmaker matches. But yeah, it's a big map. Rainmaker is always interesting to watch on this map, I think.
All right, looks like we'll be getting into it. Ooh, 2 Splatling.
Yeah, TNGP opting for the Splatling rather than the Dynamo, and it looks like Power Inc. has a pretty similar comp, but with the C-Jet coming out, which is definitely helpful on this map. Yeah.
I noticed that their Kensa Luna Blaster is running 3 mains of swim speed. I'm wondering if they might be the dedicated Rainmaker carrier trying to offset the super heavy weight and make a push happen. But nope, like it's Junior.
The support player is going to pick it up. I think that swim speed is very helpful for that Luna Blaster to get up close to their enemies.
Mm-hmm.
But they do get taken out on that one of those conveyors. And
yeah, but they did score 65 points here, which might be hard for Power Inc. to make this comeback. Though they've got 4 minutes, so definitely not going to count them out. Looks like they finally go for the pop. And the Stingray not targeted anyone in particular as far as I could tell, but it looks like Fishy does go down to it.
I think that was 3 down on the side of Power Inc. And TNGP is definitely pushing them back.
Yeah, I think that's the danger of using Ray when you're not, when you don't have something very specific in mind with it, is you kind of leave your team in a 3v4 situation, and that can lead to some quick wipes. But here we go. Looks like TNGP is making another push.
On the ink rail, but
yeah, if they managed to land, they would have definitely scored some points. And it looks like they're going for it again. Okay, not activating the ink rail. Smart play. Getting right up to the podium with just 6 points left.
Yeah, and I think that's a very solid push to defend. Like,
we see the booyahs coming out.
Have they popped the Rainmaker yet? Oh, they
no, not.
Power Inc. still needs to just pop the Rainmaker.
Yeah, I think we just saw them doing it on the overhead, and they're gonna let it reset.
Is very fair.
Okay. Here comes another Stingray. It looks like someone jumped out. Now, what do you think they were trying to accomplish with that there?
The Stingray or the jump?
The Stingray.
I think in general, if for one thing, C-Jets get Stingray very quickly, so they probably don't have to worry about. Yeah, see, they already have another Stingray.
Yeah, they have another one.
They probably don't have to worry too much about like wasting it necessarily, but maybe they can go for a pick. But at the same time, Stingrays are really helpful when your team is up by the enemy, and they can finish off picks.
Yeah, and just there we saw a third one where the Stingray kind of like scanned the map, I guess, to try to, maybe they're just trying to get locations to call out for their team, since like you said, the C-Jet already has another Stingray, so maybe this is part of their palm strategy.
Yeah, but when Stingray is unable to find picks or assists, you know, you start to question the value of having so many.
For sure.
It's been a fight for mid for a while.
Yeah, the past 2 minutes, I think. At 4 minutes, we had just seen TNG finish a push. At 3 minutes, they had just gotten to 6. And then for 2 minutes, the Rainmaker's kind of been chilling out.
Yeah, so we see 4 specials on the side of TNGP.
Yeah, they're definitely ready to make a counter push here because Power Inc. just used 2 or 3 of their own.
But yeah, at this point, TNGP doesn't need to pick it up, you know? Like, they have the lead, they just need to prevent the other team from picking it up, or pushing with it, I suppose. And
Scoring 95 points on one push could happen, but they need to get a complete team wipe and then be in position to move immediately.
yeah, I would even go as far to say they would need 2 team wipes to, you know, really get that far. And with 7 seconds on the clock, they need to pick it up.
All right, looks like as long as they get it. Oh, they were ready for it.
Not in the position to take on the rest of TNGP, all just eyeing that Rainmaker, waiting for them to powering to pick it up, and that's gonna be the set, I believe.
I think so too. I believe they did send the tower control.
Yeah, TNGP won 3 out of 5 of the games, which means they won the set. Yeah.
So sorry, everyone, you don't get to see your favorite Wahoo World Clan Blitz game play out, but we will be back in a moment for the semifinals, right?
Yep, that's next.
All right.
Hello and welcome back to Little Squid League 12. I am Brush. With me on the mic is Raichu. How are you doing?
Yo, how's it going, Brush? I'm doing just fine. We're going to get into some epic 2v2 action with version 2.0 and Roll of Initiative.
Right.
So-
I mean, both these teams seem to be pretty well established. Roll for Initiative, technically a pickup, though, consisting of players of Moonstone and Ink Eye, despite their fun D&D styled names. First map here is Rainmaker and Muscle Forge. What are your thoughts on the map mode?
Ooh, Rainmaker Muscle Forge. It's a very interesting map mode combination. Just remember, do not push down middle, because that is almost a death trap.
Right, you know, there's the fast push through the mid and then into the rail, but it is certainly risky, and going down on that, getting past that grate is very risky unless you get a nice wipe. But here we go. We see a Sploosh 7 in favor of Roll for Initiative with that stamp spam, along with a Bomb Rush and Stingray on the side of version 2.0. Let's see what's going to happen here off the start.
Roll of Initiative does end up picking up that Rainmaker pretty quickly. They do get shut down at 76. Not a bad position, but two people do end up going down on the side of the green team. And version 2.0 will just try to paint up, try to get a pick or two before they try to take their push, as we do see that solution end up going down.
Right, you know, both teams have an armor here, though it seems like version 2.0's armor is significantly slower, junior versus a 96 gal. So certainly that fast armor in favor of Roll for Initiative is going to help them. We see the Rainmaker being picked up here by Roll for Initiative, hoping to get a first push moving.
Yeah, definitely. And you also have to keep an eye on this paint coverage. The paint coverage does end up going to Roll of Initiative because of that junior and sploosh with that zap combination. That's a lot of coverage there. So this will be really rough for version 2.0 to move around.
Right, I mean, something to keep in mind is the painting difference here might honestly come down to the Charger versus the Remix. I mean, the K-Shot and the Splash-O-Matic paint pretty well themselves, but Roll for Initiative here, with that Sploosh, with that Zap, with that Junior, with that Remix, just going to have ultimate map control. That's exactly what we see happen, collapsing on that Rainmaker, getting all of this paint towards right locker, setting up for a push.
Yeah, definitely. And going down from the Splash-O-Matic in mid, trying to get another pick, but the Sploosh pushing up ahead does end up going down. And this is not really a safe lead for Roll of Initiative.
No, not at all, but something to keep in mind, there are still 3 minutes left on this match, and version 2.0 are going to set up for their first push here. A Stingray coming out behind the Rainmaker as they move towards right lockers. We saw just an unfortunate Shark there against Roll for Initiative. No one getting the call out on the Sploosh at mid, and the Junior ultimately falling down and getting flanked. But here we go, we see version 2.0 getting one pick, getting 2 picks, but ultimately going down to a flank.
Yeah, and having that Remix left alive is definitely very hard to fight. It's because it has that range, and going up that little box is very difficult to do, going up against something with range. And the version 2.0 taking the lead.
Yeah, unfortunately, just like popping that Booyah and just kind of throwing it there, not hitting the block, hitting a little bit farther behind them on lockers. But this is not a safe lead. 44 isn't great on this map. The Sploosh, unfortunately, going down to that Charger there as they aim to push right side, and that leaves them 2 down, just the Remix alive at mid, backing up.
Yeah, and the 96 gal does end up picking up the Rainmaker, so that you have to keep in mind that version 2.0 doesn't have armor until this Rainmaker does end up going down, and just shoot shots, trying to zone out their opponents, it looks like.
Right, just kind of sitting there lobbing shots. See the Sploosh going down with the NZAP flanking on left side. They're going to be able to move in here with their teammates and paint up mid, going for this Rainmaker pop afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. And they're pushing up mid, which is pretty much a death trap, as we were talking about in the pregame. And
right
there,
I mean, just look at this positioning for version 2.0. Even after they were a couple down, just being able to get back there, using that Stingray, and ultimately holding down this thing. And they're going to let the Rainmaker reset here, possibly. Force it back at mid, stall out this game, you know. Only 60 seconds left on the counter, and they don't have a sizable lead, but they certainly have something to hold on to.
Yeah, definitely. And with having not really a good lead on either side, this is still anyone's game here.
For sure. Here we go. We see the breakout missiles coming out. Roll for initiative, trying to get some momentum moving. We see the Rainmaker being grabbed. We see version 2.0 trying to push the Rainmaker here, and they do get the pick and opt to back out there towards left lockers.
Yeah, definitely a good idea. Good job on trying to start a push, but they didn't really have any momentum behind them to continue the push.
Right, for sure. I mean, I think maybe just a little bit too much aggression here from Roll for Initiative. We see version 2.0 now backing up with the Rainmaker, trying to survive with these missiles, though they end up having to drop it down here and putting it towards Roll for Initiative, though not in the best spot for them. The K-Shot kind of stuck above here, so ending up surviving, though. They're trying to go through the rail. They're trying to get some quick points. And there we go. There's the lead all the way to 18 through that rail. High risk, high reward.
And very good on landing into the spawn area of their opponents to push it all the way to 15 points. This is a huge needed push for version 2.0, and it just comes down to who can get the most hits. Like going down to a bomb, I believe that was.
Right, I mean, we talked early game about going through that mid is risky, but again, through that rail, and you can really get serious points on the board, and that's what Roll for Initiative was doing. They set up it on left side. They saw the opportunity they used those missiles when they tried to stall out the game and punished it, and I hope that's what we continue to see here as we move through this set, is just seeing these opportunities and just absolutely punishing them.
Yeah, definitely, and let's just take a quick look into our second game, Splat Zone on the Reef. This is very interesting, and Brush, what do you think about this map mode combination?
It's a two-zone map, so making sure even though they're quite close together and kind of in the same area, they are separated by this top mid area, which you can drop down onto. So making sure you're controlling the hotspot, controlling the trees, watching the flanks, keeping pink down on top mid, and then moving into lockout, but making sure you are doing your best to watch it. In the rest of goal bracket, we see iRide versus TNGP. iRide up 1-0 against the LSL 10 second place champs. You know, Roll for Initiative has had a good day so far, you know, going 3-0 over Cephidence and the Wombles so far. So hopefully looking at that against version 2.0 here.
Yeah, it really comes down to who can get the bridge on Reef, because that's the map we're going to, and
for sure.
Let's just see what happens. Splat Zones on Reef. What will they be bringing?
Right. I mean, version 2.0 struggled with that lockout here. So seeing how they adapt, they pull out the tent there. Is that the camo tent with the stamp? It is. Okay. So a camo tent for version 2.0 with stamp, hoping to do what Roll for Initiative was trying to do with the Sploosh 7. But also on the other side, we have the red zap with storm and sprinklers, the Splat Zone's favored zap. But here we go, double painter again.
Yeah, definitely double painter, as that K-Pro does end up taking out the tent and taking out the splatter shot as well. Does end up going down to that 96 scalp, but Brush, if we look at the side of Roll for Initiative, we see a heavy remix deco come out.
Right. In a map like Zones, especially in such a tight mid area, it makes sense to me that you're going to want those bubbles to come out on a lockout on defense. And especially with all the map control and all the popping power they have on those bubbles, or between the Junior and the Zap, it's totally a viable comp here. The stamp ready and coming out for version 2.0, trying to get some breakout picks missiles as well, and taking out the Pro there, and now it's a 4v3 with Cap.
Yeah, and version 2.0, getting that bridge control, as we do see that 96 gal sitting on top, and that's going to be 2 down on the side of Roll for Initiative, as this is now a chance to start that lockout phase for version 2.0.
Right, we see version 2.0, everyone up on this top mid area just trying to hold down bridge. The Charger kind of bouncing between left and right side, trying to find the breakout picks. But we see that the Deco Splatling on far left there, pulling out the bubbles, trying to break something out. The Junior unfortunately going down, and maybe a wasted bubbles, but they're going to at least neutral zone with them and take a 3v3.
Yeah, and with that Stingray as well, with everyone being weak, the Zap does end up going down to a straight suction bomb and 3 down on the side of version 2.0.
Yeah, and 41 to 54. This is not a strong lead. This is anyone's game. And I know we said that last time, and you know, going through that pipe got them all the way down to 20 with like 5 seconds remaining on the clock. But I mean, this is really still anyone's game. It's just about a nice lockout, a good hold on, and missiles come out for version 2.0. But the Spotling is easily able to back up and just hop under bot mid to protect themselves.
Definitely, and holding near that light post area, as you see the Spotling just chilling at, like, that area is all for that backline weapon. And if you can hold that area, which we've seen this Heavy doing pretty well, it can definitely work out in the favor of Roll for Initiative, as 2 end up going down with the hammer ready for the 10th.
Penalty points gone for Roll for Initiative, trying to get to that lead, but the tent just ultimately coming in and able to cap zone quickly. We saw breakout Stingray there early ahead of their teammates pushing up, and it ended up working in their favor. Stamp coming out here against an armor. Wow, but Roll for Initiative going 3 down, and the Booyah coming out just to save themselves.
Yeah, and that K-Pro does end up going down to the Throne Ultra Stamp, I believe that was. And the tent just trying to push up into their opponent's street area, try to back them out and pinch them with their other teammates.
Right, and here we go. Here's the battle for mid. Here's the battle. Holding your tree, holding the other one. We see the K-Pro coming around to go for this flank. It's risky, and they end up taking a trade and leaving the match 2 for 2. 2 to 2 with just the Stingray and 96 gal alive. Somehow managing to cap with their low painting power weapons, but the Charger Ops to just hold top mid alone, and finally their teammates are able to get there and support it.
Yeah, this K-Pro 1v1 for the bridge does end up going down to the K-Shot, and this bridge control going into the favor of version 2.0 as they take the zone right after.
Right, I mean, we've seen this aggression from this K-Pro today, just in the last 2 sets, and I mean, minute on the clock, super close scores, but this seems like a strong lockout for version 2.0, but we've seen this aggression from this K-Pro, and it's been hard to beat. I mean, there we see the K-Shot getting armor just in time for that 1v1, but, you know, the funny K-Pro frontline Slayer weapon is prominent here.
Definitely, zone going back in favor of Roll for Initiative, and breaking through those penalty points, shredding them pretty quickly, but they still have a bit to hold up this zone.
The Stamp coming out for version 2.0, trying to get picks, forcing them out of zone, and they finally get capped with 13 seconds left. A little bit of a deja vu moment from last game where we saw the winning push come with 5 seconds left on the clock. And it seems like Roll for Initiative is going to opt to go into overtime here to try to take this win. Storm Ready coming out over zone area as they tick down these penalty points, just 10 points away from taking the win with a 3v3 situation, doing everything they can to cap zone is version 2.0. They're coming in from their side, and it's contested. I mean, it's a 2v2 situation here. Only the pro alive in zone now, doing everything they can to cap, and they finally do the win, going to version 2.0 in overtime.
Good stop by version 2.0 this time around, and just holding that lead was honestly what they really needed to do. Yeah.
I mean, last time it kind of slipped through their fingers there. Even though it wasn't a strong lead, they were playing some really excellent defense, forcing them to the right, to that risky side, but, you know, it ended up not going in their favor. But moving into Clam Blitz on Starfish main stage. Certainly a very paint-heavy map, a very aggression-friendly map. So holding on to your opponent's snipe is certainly part of it. I don't know if you have any other thoughts.
Yeah, Clam Blitz on Starfish, those bubbles from that heavy deco could definitely really much help it. As let's look at the top cut scoreboard really quick. IRAD and TNGP currently in a 1-1 set.
You know, I mentioned this briefly last time. TNGP took second place in LSL 10, and they've been trying to climb their way back up there since. I don't know if they played last month, but I don't remember them hitting close to Mahi Mahi or Vaporwave then. But here we go. Here we see them in the semifinals, and just trying to get this finals game tied 1-1 to IRIDE, who have also, you know, been here in the past and tried to make some upsets.
Definitely, for sure. And back to Starfish Clam Blitz. Very very ink-heavy map, as you did say, but let's get on our way. What weapons and what differences will we see going into this next matchup?
Right, honestly, even though it's Clam Blitz, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Stingray, and there it is, Stingray coming out for version 2.0. Along with the K-Shot and Tenchigen opting for a faster armor with the nozzle nose against an identical comp for Roll for Initiative.
Yeah, definitely. And Roll for Initiative does having that heavy deco once again, which, as I did say, could definitely help them with their pushes, pushing that backline forward to try to move the backline into the front.
Right, but here we go. We see Roll for Initiative go 2 down, version 2.0 trying to paint up for the Stingray, get a push going. They already have the stamp ready in there. Here's the Stingray as well. Probably I would coordinate them, though. Specials ready on Roll for Initiative side. They use the Storm early to try to control some mid here. Here comes the Stamp. Here comes the Stingray. Clam on the board 16, but they go 2 down, unfortunately. 3 down.
Wow. And leaving that Charger alone on the field, definitely not really good situation, as there's those bubbles from that heavy trying to help with that push. Does end up going down.
Unfortunately, a little bit of a solo push there, but teammates are finally able to follow up and get at least a couple clams in behind him, but that's a wipe, and this is where we want to see version 2.0 push up, grab this pity clam, get some map control, and just apply pressure for the rest of the day. But finally, it's even strength again, but here we go. Here's the map control at mid for version 2.0. We see a little bit of a flank there, though, aborted, and 9 clams ready. This is not, wasn't a great push. We didn't get to that 60 mark, which is what you kind of want to see in clams, but certainly applying the pressure and not wanting to be stuck in this like mid-game limbo state.
Definitely. And as we were talking about, having that pressure, look at all this mid control that version 2.0 has. And having 20 clams to their name as well with that Stingray.
Whoa. But it is a 1v0 game for this Stingray here, trying to get some momentum going, and they go down. That is wipes on both teams. Now it's just a fight to see who can get to mid first, who can paint up, who can get their specials, and then who can get a push moving. We see a ball ready for Roll for Initiative, as they also have their Storm and Armor. Here comes out the Armor, holding onto the Storm for a little bit longer, I think. But they're going to try to get some momentum moving here.
And there goes the Storm. As this mid-control does end up going to Roll for Initiative, they really need to find this momentum shift and trying to get a pick or two, as the tent does end up going down on the side of version 2.0.
Right, I mean, they can try to lock out for the rest of the game, but there are still 2 minutes left on the clock, and their lead is not secure. And I think that explains why they're still picking up clams. They're still trying to make noise. The Junior going down to an unfortunate bomb by the K-Shot in that left flank. And now it's a 4v3, and version 2.0 is looking to move up and push up and get some clams in.
Yeah, and the H3 does end up going down, but this tent shield could definitely start to zone out their opponents, try to lead the way. Tent able to take out one, does end up going down, but this is now a 3v3 on the field.
Right, with a Stingray ready for version 2.0 as they're trying to play some aggression. So, everyone kind of cooped up here and snipe. I wouldn't be surprised if that Stingray comes out, pushes them out, and then they move to try to control that hotspot as well.
Yeah, definitely. As we do see this K-Pro with 8 clams, a pick really needs to happen for a roll of initiative to try to make their push, but 2 power clams on the side of version 2.0,
and they miss
both of them.
Whoa! So some very lucky defense for Roll for Initiative there. It doesn't look like they were able to clear him out of snipe well enough, so able to drop from behind. But for a moment there, those juggling of the balls there looked like they were going to have some momentum. But, Roll for Initiative just burned another minute on the clock. Their lead isn't super secure, but they have a lead, and it's something. The K-Shot getting shut down on that flank there by that remix, or sorry, by the Deco. And here we go. We see one ball hopefully getting in here, another ball down on the turf, but 3 down, just the K-Pro alive. Trying to go in for some last-minute clams, but it's not going to happen. But, 67 is something. It's a little bit better. It's still a 2-ball game for version 2.0, sorry, but it is a little bit safer. It's a little something you can maybe take a little bit of a breath and regroup.
Yeah, definitely. They do have 2 balls on the side of version 2.0, and this is the chance that they can possibly make 2 down on the side of Roll to Initiative. That Junior, very poor position, backed up by that Deco. But one member goes down on the side of version 2.0.
But there's the splatling. That's the backline they needed to get rid of. Now the pro is kind of forced to drop down here and play a little bit of aggression, but against a tent, wow, getting a lucky pick on that tent, trying to go up for some jumps. And there's 2 seconds left on the clock. Here's the infamous slow overtime. There's the first ball. It's a 4v1 now. Just the charger here going down. I think that's going to be the game for Roll for Initiative. A ball and a couple clams is going to decide this one.
Yeah, and version 2.0 does end up getting hit with a delayed white and unable to get both those power claims in. Really messed him up, as Roll for Initiative does end up taking a 2-1 lead over version 2.0.
Right. I mean, some incredible defense from Roll for Initiative, and just some really great positioning in the top left there and in Snipe. It's going to take them this game, and now they're at match point. They got to take tower control on Skipper Pavilion if they want to end this now.
Yeah, definitely. And tower on Skipper is definitely a very interesting map mode combination, as I honestly see this a lot against teams I face myself.
Right, it's a very back and forth game. It's a lot. It relies on these picks really heavily. TNGP taking the 2-1 over iRide there, but I don't know. Tower control on Skipper Pavilion feels super vital to have these long range specials be able to push them all the way back in this very long stacked formation on a push. We see on our end, we see Roll for Initiative readying up quite quickly here, just waiting on one member. I do want to say, I mean, version 2.0 took a game off of Roll for Initiative already, and that's more than any other team can say they have in Top Cut. So that's something to celebrate in my books.
Yeah, definitely. As Tower Control Skipper Pavilion will be up here on your way, as they're going to bring a Nautilus Charger combination here on the green side.
Roll for Initiative on the other. Sticking with their double painter. Sticking with this Zap 89 now, though. Over the green version. I don't doubt him. I mean, that's a free breakout. That's a free... Forces your opponent out of position. Version 2.0 stuck with the slow armor again, though it looks like they're actually able to pop armor first over this Junior.
Yeah, definitely very interesting, as there's armor on both sides now. But getting flanked by the K-Pro 3 down,
Wow.
That is going to be a complete wipe on the side of version 2.0, and Roll for Initiative getting that first checkpoint for free.
And here come out the specials. Here come out the 2 more trying to hold on to this lockout. You know, this is no Rainmaker. You can't get one wipe and get all the way down, but you know, with the charger going down and one checkpoint down, it looks like another one coming soon. The 96 falling. This is a 4v2 game with specials charging up. It looks like Roll for Initiative, though, ultimately goes 3 down, just trying to get as many points as they can. The Spotling able to survive and hold on to any special points they may have. And that is a strong opening push, not even a minute into the game.
Yeah, definitely. And having a very strong push like that second checkpoint is usually very hard to get through. But pushing them back very early, getting that second checkpoint, and they were starting to push that third checkpoint as well.
Right, Roll for Initiative unfortunately going 3 down again, but here we go. Here's where the special points matter. The Spotling's able to stay alive, hold this Stingray, and now pressure anyone who thinks about trying to get through this checkpoint. And there you go. Version 2.0 goes 1 down after a 4v3 game. This is Roll for Initiative's chance to push them back, get some mid-control again, maybe get that flank going. The Charger unfortunately getting caught on that middle choke area and going down.
Yeah, definitely. And just look at the map control by the tower. It was all covered in ink for the side of Roll for Initiative, as the K-Pro does end up using their special, trying to push out the players of version 2.0. Nautilus going down, and that's going to be 2 down on both sides.
Right, you know, that Nautilus had the Urgjet ready, and I think they were waiting for armor or a little bit better positioning to use it. But as another minute ticks down on the clock here, this is a strong lead for Roll for Initiative. Stingray's ready from both sides. I think we're going to end up in a Stingray war here soon enough. But with missiles ready and Inkjet as well for version 2.0, they have a serious advantage here.
Yeah, Definitely. And there goes that Inkjet for version 2.0. That Nautilus trying to get a pick onto that end zap. Unable to do so, but this tower trying to creep up onto this second checkpoint for decided version 2.0.
But here we go. Here comes armor. Here comes missiles. Here comes Stingray, and that's a strong way to force them back. And there you go. That's exactly what we see happen. 3 down though for version 2.0. And it looks like Roll for Initiative is trying to get another push here. Booyah ready.
Yeah, having that Booyah Bomb ready and ends up using it, throwing it onto that overlook, I believe that area is called.
I mean, Roll for Initiative unfortunately going 2 down. The pro kind of forced up front to do some Slayer action, but is able to back up with their Splat Link here. 1 minute 30 on the clock. Version 2.0 is going to have to come out swinging here if they want to beat that 26.
Yeah, definitely. As there is a good start, getting a pick with that Inkjet. This Nautilus, honestly doing pretty well so far with that Inkjet. The Stingray coming out from both sides, trying to take the second checkpoint. Version 2.0 will end up doing it, as they now need to try to push this third checkpoint with 1 down on each side.
Right, but not before they end up burning through their specials. You know, we saw the K-Shot back up all the way with this Stingray weapon there to try to play some aggression, but it looks like somehow version 2.0 is going to be able to hold on to this push and somehow take the lead.
Version 2.0 coming in the last minute to take the lead, and that is going to be 3 down on the side of Roll to Initiative as well.
Wow, I mean, that looks so strong for Roll for Initiative. It looks like they turned their backs on the tower for 1 second, and someone from version 2.0 was able to sneak on the tower and just push a little bit farther. But this is a little bit of a checkpoint game now. You know, version 2.0 got about halfway through that last checkpoint, and Roll for Initiative is going to have to come back and retaliate with the same strength. Stingray ready for both teams along with armor. The K-Shot going down for version 2.0, losing their missiles. Here comes out the Stingray, though, maybe a little bit early, before overtime can even start. And the K-Pro hops on tower here to try to keep some momentum going.
Yeah, the K-Pro does bring the tower up onto the plat area, as this tower really needs to drop down, which it did, but 3 down on the side of Roll for Initiative, and this game 4th set will bring this to a game 5.
Some really close stuff here. I mean, that was such a strong initial lead, especially for a map like this where you have to get your entire team either through the slick or up on that tower for the last checkpoint there. But some incredible aggression from version 2.0 at the end of the game there, finally getting all their ducks in a row and able to push up as we move into strange maps, Splat Zones on New Albacore Hotel.
Yeah, this map mode combination, honestly, my personal favorite. I love it. I want to see these players' perspective on this, and we'll just see that coming up into our next match. But TNGP, we do see end up taking a 3-1 victory over Irid. So the winner of this match will end up going up against TNGP in your finals.
And there you go. This is TNGP crawling back from LSL 10, wanting to get this gold that they were so close to getting last time, or 2 times ago now, sorry. But Zones at Albacore Hotel, a very wide map, a map where your base is basically its own flank into zone. Lockout kind of forcing you across into the opponent's side, across that long bridge, or at least watching ramp really closely.
Yeah, definitely. You have to keep an eye on each and every part. I like to compare Albacore Hotel to Schellendorf Institute in a way, where where Institute, you have to watch the top area on the glass and the bottom. So you have to watch like 4, 5, up to 6 different areas. And this map, you have to watch each and every side, plus your base and the opponent's base, pretty much all at the same time. But
right,
let's
certainly. Sorry.
Let's see what they're.
Certainly a charger-friendly map mode, but we see the Hydra coming out for Roll for Initiative to try to take a little bit of that range away from them. But a custom junior, so double Storm here on 2 very unconventional painted weapons for Roll for Initiative, trying to play around with their comp here along with that Booyah.
Definitely, and we also see a very interesting pick in my opinion, Hydra coming out for Roll of Initiative as well.
Right. So we see 3-3 here. The Charger going down, which gives Roll for Initiative a little bit of an advantage here, but unfortunately Junior goes down with them, and version 2.0 is able to take their first tap, sorry.
Yeah.
But really just a game of who can control mid for the longest. Version 2.0 unfortunately going 2 down early into this lockout, leaving the Charger alone at mid for Roll to Initiative to walk in and try to get this cap back.
Yeah, and having that Stingray almost ready on the side of version 2.0 can definitely help, as the Ink Storm does come out from that Splattershot Junior. And there is that Stingray that does end up taking out that K-Pro 3-3.
Roll for Initiative getting through those small penalty points and just trying to hold on to mid here, hold on to zone, and try to expand their lead while version 2.0 charges their own specials. But they're able to ultimately cap this thing with the inkjet coming out for version 2.0. Going down though, as version 2.0 is fourth back here and going 2 down.
Yeah, and using those Tenda missiles, try to scout out their opponents, as they do end up getting pushed back. And keep an eye, that K-Pro did end up trying to go for a flank.
Going down though, but 20 ticks remaining. That might not be the worst going down in the world. Armor coming out for Roll for Initiative, 10 ticks left. Version 2.0 has to cap now if they want to do something. The Inkjet coming out, K-Shot moving into zone, and they're going to be able to neutral it, but will it be enough? They will not, and that is a 100-0 game, or just about. Roll for Initiative is going into your finals against TNGP.
What a last push by Roll for Initiative there, making that Game 5 happen into a 3-1 victory in their favor.
Right, I mean, early game it was really close, but just such a strong lockout in favor of Roll for Initiative. We're going to take a quick break before Grand Finals, TNGP versus Roll for Initiative. But don't go anywhere. This is going to be a very close Grand Finals.
Yo, welcome back, everyone, to Little Squid League number 12. We are make our way into our grand finals here and brush TNGP versus Roll for Initiative. What do you think?
Yeah, and well, I'm incapable of spelling the word explicative and realizing it doesn't rhyme with initiative. We're gonna start this best of 7 with Clamplets on Inkblot Art Academy. You know, a very back and forth map if you can control mid well. And what we've seen from Roll for Initiative so far is double painter comps almost exclusively. On the other hand, though, I mean, TNGP is known for especially with Fishy playing here today, known for this Blaster and Dynamo together and playing in tandem. So certainly a map control frenzy here.
Yeah, definitely. And with Clamblitz, very team-oriented mode on a very neutral stage of Inkblot. One of the most neutral next to Macamart, I want to say.
For sure.
And
I mean, I've said this a couple times already. I mean, TNGP taking second place in the LSL Invitational a couple months back. And here we go. Here we see them again in Grands best of 7. And I remember vividly that was a double elimination bracket. So they got the reset, but then went down in the second time. So if they can do what they did then and take this best of 7, you know, this is not double elimination. This is you're out. So, you know, possibly a quick win here for TNGP.
yeah, definitely. And with Inkblot Clam, 100% going to be pretty back and forth. Both these teams can be very good against each other, and let's just see what happens. Roll for Initiative going up against TNGP.
Right. There we go. There we go. We see the double painter again, the Zap with missiles, and the Junior versus a Junior Dynamo for map control, and a K-Shot is also going to help TNGP out a bit here. We see neither team, we see TNGP's Junior. They're painting up for a very quick armor around the Rainmaker pedestal area. They're not going to pop it. A double armor for TNGP with that Dynamo. But here we go. Here's the first armor coming out in favor of Roll for Initiative. They end up getting 2 down already on the Blaster and the K-Shot, that is.
And actually 3 down, with that K-Pro getting another pick, leaving the Junior left alone.
Ooh, but not able to pass Clams quite fast enough and get that last Clam to the Junior up there with the 9 Clams. But there we go. There's the Clam pass. There's the Booyahs coming out. And the first couple Clams going in. Unfortunately getting wiped. And not getting the points you would necessarily want to see off of your first push. 74, nothing to be safe with. And here we go. We see TNGP moving back into mid, getting all of this map control down, giving this Blaster room to work with as we see them pushing up to Shark, and they're going to go for a pick here.
Yeah, we do see this K-Shot with that Power Clam ready. 3 specials on the side of TNGP, 2 of them being used.
Missiles come out, but the Blaster unfortunately going down, but so does the K-Pro for Roll for Initiative. A 3v3 situation, but the Junior does also go down. The Dynamo as well, that is a close to a delayed wipe in favor of Roll for Initiative as we see them try to move up here with another ball.
Yeah, they will be able to score that Power Clam in, trying to not allow Roll for Initiative to get any more clams in, which is honestly a very good idea at this moment.
Right, you know, I mean, the Pro kind of stuck in an awkward situation there on right side, but TNGP doing a great job controlling map here, especially against this double painter comp, and good job charging their specials. I mean, there was a minute there before they got wiped, or close to it, that they had all of their specials ready. Armor ready for TNGP, though. Looks like the K-Shell overextends a little bit without the Blaster right behind them, and missiles come out, and boom, immediately map control shifts the other way. The Dynamo getting caught in an awkward angle going down to that K-Pro, and Clams are now getting put together for Roll for Initiative.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're noticing this either, but on the side of TNGP, I'm starting to notice a little bit of spreading out. They're not going with their team. and they always lose these 1v1 situations.
Keep in mind, roll for initiative here is a pickup, and one of the things we see most commonly with those is not the most organized pushes. And already, you know, almost all of the points down for roll for initiative have been powered clams on an unbroken barrier. And here we go. Now we're gonna see roll for initiative, or TNGP here, sorry, with clams ready, getting 3 down, and this is where coordinated pushing is the way to go. The remix, though, holding on to that attic so well, getting 2 picks, not letting that second ball go in, and ending the push a little bit early.
Yeah, and with that 2 power clam push, it does give them a decent amount of points, but there's still 1 clam game.
A beautiful pick for Fishy there with the blaster on that K-Pro. The K-Pro who we have seen play very aggressively so far. Missiles coming out for roll for initiative, possibly a little bit early, as TNGP is just able to hold on to their specials here. The missiles coming out in their side, 2 armors ready as they look to make a push of their own, getting 1 down on the K-Pro again.
Yeah, and taking out that K-Pro is honestly very crucial for TNGP, as this is now 3v3, as TNGP will try to build up their clams, as they don't have enough to make a push.
Stella pushing a little bit too far up there alone and into their jump out on that junior and ultimately going down. A nice trade there at mid, keeping the game even. We are ready for roll for initiative if they want to try to get a push moving here. The missiles come out in their favor. So does Armor. Booyah holding on as they put clams together of their own and try to, boom, that K-shot goes down, and that's close to a delayed wipe.
Yeah, and able to get 2 picks on roll for initiative. This Luna trying to chase the NZAP, which does end up getting a pick onto that Dynamo roller. This ends up being a very, very dangerous part right now for roll for initiative.
Missiles coming out for roll for initiative as TNGP has 23 clams ready. Looks like someone just tossed a ball over. You know, this is anyone's game. I know there's still 15 seconds left on the clock, but I mean, this game is a ball and 2 clams difference for TNGP. Their blaster unfortunately going down before they can use their special, but missiles come out, armor comes out in their favor as they try to move here. The Dynamo barely surviving that booyah, going down though at mid to the K-Pro, and they end up 3 down. Their push kind of disintegrating in front of their eyes. The pro just doing a great job guarding that ball at mid, and it despawns. That will end our first game.
Yeah, that is a very good game for roll for initiative here, as TNGP early on, they weren't really coordinated, and when they made their push, it was only 2 power clams, and that was a bad 3rd power clam super jump as well.
Right, an unfortunate one, and Remix doing a great job holding onto that attic area, really saving the game for roll for initiative. But if that's the games we're going to be seeing here, I'm not surprised. I mean, that was a low-scoring game. It was a very close mid-game, really back and forth. And as long as TNGP can find a way to get rid of that backline, at least with the match we just watched, that's going to be the deciding factor here as we move into Rainmaker on Mansa Maria.
Definitely. Rainmaker Manta Maria is going to be a very interesting map mode combination, as Manta, pretty much known as Splatling Central, going into this one.
Sure, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Stingray Splatling coming out for them, using that Stingray to have that GG Ray, make sure those pushes end a little bit earlier than maybe they would otherwise. You know, I wouldn't say this game in particular is tilted towards either of these teams. I know we're going to move into like a Splatzone's Waku game, which on such a wide map is going to favor this painting heavy comp for roll for initiative. But Rainmaker Manta, you know, you're getting that pop, you're getting those picks in bunker, you're moving the Rainmaker top left if you need to, but there are options for you to move, and I really think this can go anyone's way.
Yeah, definitely. We saw a very low scoring back and forth game pretty much in Clam Inkbot. And going into Rainmaker, you just don't want to have a bad 10 seconds, because 10 seconds could be the difference.
Right, and here we go. We're going to see us load into the map here. See about these comps, you know, and then we'll see about this first push here. We're going for that pop. A Sploosh 7 coming out for Roll for Initiative. Roll for Initiative? No. Oh, yeah, it is. So two short-range comps from both teams. A little bit extra range on the side of TNGP with that backline, but opting for a quick Rainmaker grab here, trying to get very fast points on the board. Rainmaker goes down, but not before it ends up a 3v1. Just the splash alive in that street with the last member here. That's a wipe on this immediate first 30 seconds of the game. They're going to try to go for this KO. 30 points down, 29, 20, and that's finally it with the Rainmaker, but they're still in that pit. They're still ready to pop and keep moving.
Yeah, 3 people do end up going down on the side for roll of initiative, and that's actually going to be a delayed wipe. And as I said beforehand, a bad 10 seconds can be the difference, as we saw a quick wipe early on, and they were able to push so far into their opponent's pit.
Right, and here, but you know, if that's what one push is, who knows what the next will look like? So we see the Stingray coming out, though ultimately being the last one standing, as TNGP gears up for a push of their own. You know, if they can get a wipe on their side, who knows what holding forward can do for them?
Definitely, and we do see TNGP trying to push down the middle street, it looks like, as the Sploosh with that hammer able to get pick onto that Splash Shot Junior. And the hammer able to snipe that Rainmaker.
Barely. I mean, we saw the Luna push up that way ahead, getting the one pick, clearing that area. And it looked for a second like that was going to be their push. But, you know, just ultimately the team going 3 down to that stamp. Good defense for TNGP here, not one of the same thing that happened on that first push to happen again. And now they move to try to paint up mid.
This mid control on a map like Manta Maria is really what matters. They want to take control of their opponent's bunker, which we do see that their heavy was sitting there nice and smoothly with no really pressure against it.
You know, I was a little bit skeptical of the Sploosh pick at first because I feel I haven't seen it before, but just the popping power it brings alone and its ability to just, you know, push this Rainmaker into street and just keep momentum on their side has proven worth it.
Yeah.
But their strategy very much seems to just like get the Rainmaker, move it forward, apply pressure, and with halfway through this game, a push to 21 and good map control, it seems like it's working.
Yeah, definitely. And you do see this end up holding this mid control as much as possible. Rainmaker in the bunker of TNGP. And just shooting shots, trying to get a pick or two before they actually make a push to end up going down. And that's actually 3 down on the side of TNGP.
Right, I mean, if TNGP wants to keep this push alive, they're going to have to get some crucial picks on their teammates jump back in. They get the one on the Junior, though. It looks like now they're getting shot at from above in the bunker area where all 3 of Roll for Initiative is. And now Roll for Initiative has to make the decision. Do they want to push again? Do they want to just try to play defense? You know, where they only have 1:30 left on the clock here. They're opting to push it one more time and just try to get a little bit more pressure applied. But as long as the rest of their team can stay alive when someone does something like that, you know, it's viable. They can keep the pressure up. They can stay alive. They can hold down mid, and they can force TNGP to play defense.
Yeah, TNGP really needs to play defense right now, but they're behind. They need to make a huge push coming up. They really need to get a pick. And as we were talking about picks, that Junior does end up going down.
Right, now it's 3-3. The Sploosh ultimately going down as well, so does the Zap. And this is where TNGP is going to need to finally get something moving. You know, they get 3 down. The Rainmaker gets stuck in some bombs. But again, now Roll for Initiative is 2 down again on a respawn. And they're going to be able to get the pop, force them out of elbow, get 1 pick, get 2, and now try to get some momentum moving. Though somehow Roll for Initiative is able to pick up the Rainmaker stall a little bit longer, but a delayed wipe for them.
Yeah, and here we go into their pit, and that's actually going to... TNGP taking a 1-point lead.
With 30 seconds left on the clock, Roll for Initiative is going to have to get some serious momentum here. Though they opt to reset it, which is an interesting choice as they don't have the most map control up front. But you know, just a couple extra points, ticks on that Rainmakers might make the difference in this game. The missiles coming out for Roll for Initiative, the Stingray ready. They're going to need to get some critical picks here if they want to do something.
Yeah, definitely. That Stingray for Roll for Initiative is ready. They really need to get a pick. And with this Rainmaker, they really need to grab it as well. As they don't grab it, This
Oh.
game will be going to TNGP by 1 point.
I don't think Roll for Initiative realized that off of the reset they won't get overtime. So TNGP stalled the Rainmaker for just long enough that even though Roll for Initiative got the pop, it wasn't enough to take the win. Or to even get overtime for that matter. A crazy close set. Some really strong aggression for Roll for Initiative, though. You know, the one wipe they needed, the 1.5 they really got, was enough for them to take the lead, push them back, get to 20 points, and then just kind of coast for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and we're now going to Splat Zone's Wahoo World. And as you were saying before our crazy game 2, this double paint combo from Roll to Initiative can definitely help in such a large and wide map.
Right. And I say that, but I also do think it's important to mention that with just the small circular zone at mid, a lot of it does kind of convulge in that point, and you know, just like a booyah on a bomb is enough to cap it. So a back and forth game, a game of really important picks, but more importantly, I think a game of some hopefully strong lockouts. I mean, we look at the past here, Roll for Initiative kind of had a coast in the first 2 matches. Then version 2.0, as we watched in the last set there, was a tough battle for them. But TNJP has kind of coasted as well a little bit. And, you know, with a 1-1 set here, they might be hoping to just kind of get a 5-1 set.
Yeah, and our next matchup, Zones Wahoo. What do you want to see after seeing what both these teams can actually do?
Right. I mean, we saw both teams with a splatling there, so I wouldn't be surprised if one of them tries to just one-up the other with a ballpoint or a Hydra, try to get the extra range. But that remix with the Booyah is going to be very vital here, so that's a decision both of these teams are going to have to make. Roll for Initiative with their double painter comp are a little bit favored in splat zones, but this is the only splat zones game in this entire set. You know, we see Clams twice, we see Rainmaker twice, we see Tower twice. But this is the only one where Roll for Initiative's strong lockout, as we saw in the Albacore game before, is going to come into play.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind, a lot of specials could be used very good for Wahoo World, especially on splat zones. You could see that Stingray from a regular heavy come out to try to zone out everyone in the plat area to zone into their opponent's ramp. Plus, you could also see that Booyah Bomb, as you were talking about. But let's get on our way. Splat Zones, Wahoo World. What are they bringing here?
There we go. We see the Junior and the Red Zap is that with Storm. Against Storm and Armor on the other side as well. Booyahs for both teams, though. TNGP going for their Dynamo, which we know and love so well. It treated them well on the Clams match, though. You know, they ultimately weren't able to take it. But we see a very aggressive play coming from the Caper on the right side, fighting this Blaster, trying to get rid of him.
Yeah, and that Luna does end up going down. One down on both sides here as the zone. First going to roll for Initiative with that double painter comp.
Right, but Team GP has 3 other specials ready. They have that Armor, they pop it. Here comes out the Booyah, and the Storm is ready from the CDS. Armor from Roll for Initiative coming out as retaliation, and a beautiful double kill from the remix, I think that was on last side, as the Blaster goes around for this flank.
Yeah, we do see that Blaster use its baller, tried to neutralize the zone. They're able to take out that NZAT with the bomb, but that will end up being a trade. Storm will come out on the side of TNGP. Booyah Bomb from Roll for Initiative, and this zone is now neutralized in a very close set so far.
Right, Booyah is ready for both sides there. It looks like Roll for Initiative popped theirs first, but they opt to hold on to Armor. Nope, here it comes out. Here's the Armor and Booyah combo. Booyah coming out for TNGP as well, as they hope to hold on to zone, and they just barely are able to. Storm coming out to try to get this cap. The Dynamo doing everything they can to hold on to it through it. The remix, the Pro and the Zap, unfortunately getting caught by the Blaster there around the ledge. And this is where we're going to see TNGP attempt to get this lockout. I mean, look how crazy this map control is.
Yeah, and having this much map control going up against Roll for Initiative with a double paint combination control as well. Double Booyah going onto the zone for Roll for Initiative, counter Booyah by TNGP, and this is now 2 down on both sides.
Yeah, possibly a little bit wasted of a Booyah there for Roll for Initiative. They kind of didn't have any follow-up, and as the timer's going to tick down into the single digits here, we might see a KO in Game 3 for TNGP. One set, one tick, and there you go. You know, a super close Game 1 and Game 2, but honestly, this one felt like you got one wipe, you got one lockout, and that was the set.
Yeah, and that lockout was a very good lockout, especially against a team with a lot of pain. Taking that win for TNGP was probably a very important game to take, and now they're going into tower control, where we do see that Luna Blaster.
Right, I mean, Tower Control Sturgeon, I feel like, is a very strong combo, especially with the Dynamo, especially with the Blaster. You can just kind of hold the snipe area, hold the grates, and rain terror down onto the tower on defense. That said, it's a little bit tricky to use well on offense. You have to have that Luna Blaster pushing all the way up. You have to have the Dynamo doing a good job balancing these flanks and tower. So it's going to be a close set in theory. I mean, based on how the last one went, I'm not so sure anymore.
Yeah. Like, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Sturgeon Shipyard, Tower Control. Definitely a good mode combination for that Luna Blaster from TNGP, I believe that it is. And having Sturgeon Shipyard. Not enough a map for Slosher, so if we see that, that'll be pretty nice to see. But I do 100% expect that Dynamo. But here we go. Tower Control, Sturgeon Shipyard. Rush, what will they be bringing to the table?
Well, I already talked about the Dynamo and Blaster combo, but the Dynamo doesn't seem to come out for TNGP, instead opting for a little bit extra aggression with the Neo Splash and a backline. But opting for the Booyah over the Stingray. Not sure where that comes from, especially on just a Stingray-friendly map. Armor ready for TNGP, though not popping it, trying to get an opening pick first. There's the pick. But still no armor coming out. 2 down immediately. Armor comes out for Roll for Initiative on the 2v3 and a retaliation armor to allow TNGP to just control this area.
Yeah, and taking the tower quickly over to this first checkpoint could be very good, but you have to watch out for that flank as the junior does end up going down to the other junior.
Ooh, and we see the Splatling there getting knocked back by the Baller, though ultimately somehow surviving, and the Blaster unfortunately goes down and Ninier pushed a little bit early. But we saw some very fun aggression there from the Blaster, pushing up, making noise, along with the Bomb Rush controlling the plat. But here's Roll for Initiative's chance to push in. They have the Booyah coming out, they have the Stingray ready, they have the Splashdown as well, getting rid of that Blaster, and now it's a 3v2 in their favor.
Yeah, and taking that first checkpoint as well. Honestly, not the hardest to defend for TNTP, but the second checkpoint could be very rough to stop.
Right, I mean, the second checkpoint, that's going to be the vital one, and they're able to stop it about halfway through, but only a 3v3 situation. I mean, look, if Roll for Initiative can break into that court area, control the map, that's going to make it very difficult for TNGP to come back, but they're going to be able to get the pick on the Pro, make sure that Booyah's not going to come out. The Remix, with armor, is able to hop on the tower and get another pick, as their Booyah is ready. It's a 3v3 situation still. 3v2 now. 3 specials ready for TNGP. Wow, and just the junior holding onto armor for dear life for Roll for Initiative. The Baller coming out, the Booyah coming out, Bomb Rush not close behind it, controlling this area. The Splatter Shot getting knocked off the map. This is a crazy good push for TNGP.
Yeah, and there goes the armor for TNGP, as well as they're trying to approach the second checkpoint, and there is the Stingray coming out.
But here we go. As long as they can survive it and not go down, they're going to be able to hold in some aggression. But it looks like 3 of their members do, just leaving the junior alive, who's able to survive, backed up at mid. But you know that they're proving their comp is going to work. Maybe just a little bit more savoring of specials. But certainly a great job getting those picks, a great job pushing up. Armor ready for them ultimately, though, going 2 down, and there goes the junior. And this is Roll for Initiative's chance on the aggression.
Yeah, Roll for Initiative, they do have the lead so far, but as we saw, TMGP can definitely make that push if they have the ability to. Once again, you just need to get a pick or two to make that attempt. 1 down on each side there. That's going to be 2 up for each side. Booyah Bomb coming off. Only the Stingray left for a roll for initiative. And that is going to be a very good stop for
Right, an
BS.
unfortunate little bit of a waste there on the Stingray, as now they're not going to have it for a defensive GG Ray. But TNGP getting 2 picks here early, hoping to push up without too many specials, though the Bomber's ready. Looks like the Splashmatic is going to set up and snipe and use it to get some control here. The Blaster, Fishy just kind of sharking there, hoping to get some lucky picks or have someone play a little bit of aggression. The baller coming out into there. Getting a nice trade there on tower. The remix going down. Now 2 more down. Just the Splash alive. Oh! And the Splatling getting a lucky pick to end their push in a 1v1.
Yeah, and making that stop as well. Very, very good roll for initiative, because that Splatling was the last person left alive on the field. This is going to be a very good final minute. Stella trying to get a pick on this pro, but very bad situation in close range with Junior.
Right, the Junior, though, goes down, gets help from a teammate. Now it's a 3v2, Stingray ready. They're going to have to get rid of this Splatling if they're going to want to do anything here. Just able to hold in. The Booyah, unfortunately, getting stuck underneath the tower there, though they're able to force the Splatling all the way back with Baller and Bomb Rush ready. Fishy, every single time they have pushed up with this Baller, have gone down, unfortunately, in this right side scaffold area. This time they're able to stay alive. And that might be the difference between a good game. Though they ultimately go down, they're going to be able to at least get on the tower for this checkpoint. 2 going down on both sides. Stella doing everything they can to survive. The game is exactly tied. They have to hop on tower for 1 second, and it's not going to happen. 2 more down, 3 down, just the Junior. Oh, it was tied.
Oh my goodness. What a stop by
Wow.
roll for initiative and back-to-back 1-point games.
Yeah, you know, this is must be impossible for TNGB. They must be tearing their hair out. I mean, this is the second time they've been within 1 point. One of the games they were able to take it, but you know, this one it was just a matter of like getting knocked off the tower or trying to hold your breath against a Stingray point blank for literally half a second. But Rainmaker and Chovy, that's what we're heading into next. I mean, honestly, I think favorable for both teams based on their comps.
Yeah, both teams have a huge possibility to win this. It can go either way. I expect a high-scoring game in this one.
For sure. I mean, that Stingray really saved TNGP, or sorry, Roll for Initiative multiple times that last game on that second checkpoint. And a couple unfortunate deaths for Fishy on aggression there, getting a trade most times on the pushes, but a really close game for real. Rainmaker and Chovy, that Stingray is going to be pretty deadly on a push. Looks like version 2.0 and iRider stuck 2-2 in their 3rd place match right now in a similar spot as Roll for Initiative versus TNGP. So some really close games all around.
Yeah, definitely. And this is honestly a very rough situation for all these teams, actually. Moving into Anchovy Rainmaker. This can be a very interesting map. Booyah Bomb, 100% will be seen here.
Right, what we saw with that Rainmaker Manta Maria game was a constant aggression coming from Roll for Initiative, and it worked literally until the last 5 seconds of the match, where TNGP was finally able to get the wipe, get the extra picks they needed, and just hold forward and show aggression of their own. And very similar comps to last game here, almost identical on the side of TNGP, opting for the Stingray Splatling over the remix. And it looks like the exact same comp for Roll for Initiative. TNGP not going for pop here, opting to charge specials instead, and their armor is ready. Or just about, sorry.
Yeah, and armor ready for both sides, it looks like. Armor pop for Roll for Initiative, so is that Booyah Bomb. Trying to get a pick before either of these teams even think about pushing. With this Bomb Rush ready on the side of TNGP, there goes the armor, and the 2 specials of the 3 will be used. Really need to get a pick with at least one of these.
Right, here we go. Here we see 1 down with just the Stingray ready on the side of Roll for Initiative. And they're going to want to look to get this Stingray pick. or this pick on the splat lane, but they're going to grab the Rainmaker and they're going to finally get some aggression here after going like 3 down. The splat lane backed up, though maybe not far enough based on the amount of aggression we've seen from TNGP before. So the Rainmaker decides to push ahead of their teammates and go 3 down, just the Junior alive at mid.
Yeah, 38 points off of that very first push. Not a bad push at all, but it could definitely be 100% better.
For sure, and we see finally Roll for Initiative is dropping the Rainmaker through window, getting a trade where they need it. A 2-3 situation in their favor, though their pro goes down on the offensive there, and just leaving the Rainmaker to try to solo push here.
Yeah, and this Rainmaker, honestly, not in a very bad position. It can drop if needed, and the teammates coming up to trying to support DM with this Rainmaker as well.
And a good job just staying back and lobbing shots here. You know, their timer might run out, but or the baller will drop on them. But a good job staying alive, a good job holding aggression. And Roll for Initiative just wasn't able to really do anything with it. Stingray coming out in Roll for Initiative's favor, though, albeit a little bit too late, because their push is already kind of done. Fishy just surveying the area, making sure no one's left.
Yeah, and looks like they're going to reset the Rainmaker, which they definitely do so. And that pop going straight for Roll for Initiative, getting a complete control of mid.
Right. You know, we saw that happen the first time Roll for Initiative got that first pop, but TNGP just sat back, they charged their specials, they made sure they were going to have advantage eventually, and then they did. We see the pro overextending a little bit, they're not knowing where the blaster was, and Fishy getting a nice crit on that, or a nice direct on the pro, and going 2 down, and now another 2 different down for Roll for Initiative, as TNGP is going to get another push moving here.
Yeah, TNGP does already have a good 38-75 lead, but getting closer to the wall this time, able to push it 1 point more forward, and that's going to be 3 down on the side
We saw DM there with excellent positioning in window, watching it. Now, as the Rainmaker kind of pushes it alone to mid as the teammates push up onto window, hoping to just try to clear out the area before the Rainmaker even thinks about getting close, so their push isn't ended early. But the Junior goes down, just leaving D20 with Rainmaker and the Stingray behind him, and that's going to end up in a 4v1 situation.
Yeah, having that 4v1 situation, you really need to back out, which they did end up doing, and we just see DM just throwing bombs, trying to clear out the area.
Right. We see Fishy doing an excellent job sharking here, just making sure no one thinks about dropping out of window. And we see the spotter shot opting to move all the way around and rotate in from the plat area. The Booyah coming out maybe a little bit early, but they're going to grab the Rainmaker and try to immediately follow it up. Armor coming out for TNGP, and the Stingray ready. They're going to counter Ray, Roll for Initiative's Ray, and get rid of the Rainmaker first.
Yeah, very good idea, taking out the Rainmaker so they don't get any points, as that is going to be 2 down on the side of Roll for Initiative, and they will all regroup in their street, it looks like.
50 seconds left on the clock. We see TNGP doing a really great job denying Roll for Initiative's aggression, or at least when they do go down in a situation like that, getting the immediate pick on the aggressor and holding their position. Splashdown ready for Roll for Initiative along with their Stingray, though against a Baller and Armor for TNGP, which do come out. Here's the splash against the Baller, though. Baller wins that fight. Goes down, though, unfortunately, and here we go. We see a solo push, really, with the Rainmaker for Roll for Initiative. 20 seconds left on the clock. All TNGP has to do here is lock out, make sure they don't control the fan area, and the timer's going to tick down, and it's going to be game.
Yeah, and with all 4 members up on both sides, Roll for Initiative really needs to grab this Rainmaker and make a push. DM does grab it, but ends up going down in the solo push. Rainmaker pop, that's going to be 3 down on the side of Roll for Initiative, and TNGP will take this game, and it's going to be a game point for TNGP.
Yeah, you know, like a really, really close game there in the middle, you know, just very back and forth. The TNGP just shutting down any thoughts of aggression from Roll for Initiative. And this is the TNGP that we saw earlier in the tournament. I mean, Roll for Initiative really trying to make noise in the tower game, but now we're going to move into match point on Clamblitz Piranha Pit. You know, another map where Stingray just dominates, and another map where that Dynamo up on those ramps can really just control all of mid.
Yeah, and having a very good dominated Stingray as well, as you were saying, can definitely be crucial. And I believe it was LSL 11 where we saw Mahi Mahi Monsoon run that Dynamo with that Stingray. So we could see that combination come out this time.
Right, you know, it's a riskier pick, the Dynamo with Stingray. So I still wouldn't put the Splatling out of the question there, but certainly a Booyah Stingray combo could be deadly. I don't know who on TNGP plays the Splatling. It might be the Dynamo player, so that might actually be out of the question. I might be wrong. But roll for initiative with their painter heavy comp is favorable in Piranha Pit. Though if we do end up seeing a game 7 on a map like Mako Mart, maybe not as much.
Yeah, and Clanless on Piranha Pit definitely in favor for roll for initiative, as you were saying, but this can definitely be crucial coming down to those picks as well. So coming down to Macamart, 100% in favor of TNGP going into that one, but Clam Piranha, roll for initiative have that upside with the painting.
Right. But on such a long map like this one, as I said, that might be out of the question. The TNGP might not ready up in time as the timer counts down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, and we're gonna go into our game 6 here.
Yeah, let's see it. Clambless Piranha Pit. TNGP has the match point. 3-2 over. Roll for initiative. Clambless Piranha Pit. What will they be bringing here, Brush?
There we go. So we see the Deco Splatling, which we saw in the past, then the Armor Dynamo for roll for initiative and TNGP, respectively. We are sticking with the shot, the V shot for roll for initiative, which is against the double painter comps we have seen earlier in the day. So a little bit changing of the tides here. Maybe roll for initiative is going to be able to get comfortable with it and use it in their advantage. Special's ready for TNGP as they're gonna look to put some clams together and make their first push.
Definitely, we do see those Tendon missiles coming out pretty early. So is that Ink Armor for TNGP.
And here we go. We see the K-Shot playing aggression, getting one pick with the bomb, watching the second ball. It's the Splatling here trying to pop these bubbles, though they're gonna take the pick. 2 down from the Dynamo. TNGP has to put a ball together here.
Yeah, and having 14 clams, that's going to be a wipe on the side of roll for initiative.
Unfortunate. Right by the goal with all these clams in the area, the Dynamo's going to just sit there comfortably throwing clams. The K-Shot comes in through the rail, getting 5 more in, and that's past the 60 mark. That's 100-47 at the least, which is already a strong point advantage for a game that we're only a minute and some seconds in.
Definitely, and Fishy able to take out the junior on the side of roll for initiative, and at this point roll for initiative just needs to take control of their belt area and try their very best to push into mid.
They're doing a great job holding aggression up there, just being a distraction and being a nuisance as their teammates are able to put some clams together and push in through the normal way. You know, Pate is a strange map in that regard because you can't just ignore someone down there that leaves a jumping point that leaves an opportunity for them to jump in, but you also can't just 4v1 them and tunnel vision them because, you know, your teammates come together and they put clams together, and that's exactly what we're seeing TNGP here do, getting some lucky picks, now getting a ball and 3 more clams and expanding their lead a little bit. 4 more ready to pop into barrier as we see the K-Shot able to get at least 1 in, getting 2, getting all their clams down to 32 just in 2 pushes before roll for initiative has even thought about getting near that basket.
Yeah, and at this point, roll for initiative really needs the map control. We were talking about how good their comp was for map control earlier, but moving over to this map, they switched up their playstyle, and they have almost no painting power.
None. You know, all 4 specials ready. They're going to try to use the armor to break out and try to get some lucky picks, but Splashdown coming out isn't going to be able to get anyone, and Fishy is just doing a great job staying at mid, not letting anyone move towards that ramp. They're going to try to look for this pick on the Splatling. That's exactly what they're going to get. Now it's a 3v2, the Blaster unfortunately going down, but armor coming out for TNGP as they look to expand their lead even more.
Yeah, definitely. And this junior having 6 clams, 18 clams for 20 clams for TNGP this time around. Splashdown trying to take out this Dynamo with that power clam. It will do so. That's going to be 3 down on the side of TNGP with a potential power clam push coming in here.
Right, and finally we see Roll for Initiative gets points on the board. Bubbles coming out. But it is just the backline, midline alive. Fishy trying to clean up here. Unfortunately going down. Clam's ready for Roll for Initiative, but the Booyah getting canceled, and the Dynamo doing a great job just clearing everybody out. 150 is a solid push, but against a team who got down to 30 with 2 pushes and only a minute left on the clock, it might not be enough.
Yeah, and this K-Pro, level 1, able to get 2, able to get 3. Highlight reel coming out for this K-Pro, leaving the Luna left alone.
But then they're finally tossing clams to each other, able to get this ball in. Booyah coming out, but they don't have enough clams for lead quite yet. And with TNGP on the respawn, especially with that Dino, they're going to be able to rain down terror by this basket, not let anyone else in. And that's exactly what they do. 3 down for Roll for Initiative. TNGP is going to look to get map control here, finally getting the wipe they needed after 2 minutes of aggression from Roll for Initiative. And now a ball and a pity ready, along with 2 armors.
Yeah, both armors are ready. They're going to try to get another special before they make their push, it looks like. Also try to build up clams to try to make a large push. Maybe try to finish it off for TNGP.
I mean, look at this bomb spam TNGP has, along with these balls moving in. Just absolute domination. One going down, though. The Dynamo's going to move in here with the ball, trying to get a pick. They end up taking the shot down and ending up 3 down. Just the Spotting Alive who ends up going down as well. Now they're going to expand their lead all the way down to 10 points. This is a 4-clam game. They have the ball ready. They're jumping with it. This might be the entire set if they can get it in. Oh my, no, the shot, or the junior, sorry, is able to get the double kill they needed and stop the game in its tracks. But this is a clams overtime. It is not that long. Roll for Initiative is going to have to get a jump. They're going to have to do something crazy, but going 2 down in a 2v2, that might not be able to happen.
Yeah, and with it being coming down to the last few seconds,
we see them finally begin. The game ends a little bit earlier. We weren't able to see it on stream, but they weren't able to get the push. They were able to get a little bit of aggression there, but it just frankly wasn't enough. And TNGP are your little Squid League 12 champions.
congratulations to TNGP for taking that Clam Blitz game and being your little Squid League 12 champions as well.
There you go. It took 2 months for them, a little bit unfortunately, but we're gonna get that clip for you played on stream here. Real briefly, here you go. You're gonna be able to watch the last couple seconds of this game. We see the Dynamo is able to hold some aggression, hold them back here with that ball, and then kind of force them up here, and ending up not with any turf, going down from behind, and that's gonna be it. But I mean, really, just a crazy intense set there, ending in a game 6, 4-2, for TNGP. Raichu, is there anything you would like to plug?
Well, at this point, I am still mind blown about that game 6. But if you guys want to find myself, you can find me on Twitter at Raichu_23. I also stream on Twitch once in a while. I'll be streaming later tonight, actually, at Raichu23 myself. And Brush, where can they find you at, man? You
can find me on some of the socials at BrushStrokesWP. A quick rundown of Silver Bracket here. We see the German team, who I think their name roughly translates to Daylight Savings Time Zone Change, taking first place over Damage Inc. Team Fighters, winning in third. Fourth place, I believe, being Sparkling C. Yeah, that's it. I'm Brush. With me on the mic is Raichu. TNGP, team name, guys, please, are your little Squid League 12 champions. We're gonna find a raid here. It looks like off the dial. I think they're doing a free agent tournament called "It's Dangerous to Go Alone." Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We will see you next month with Little Squid League 13.